You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, March 11th, 2023, Saturday night around 11 p.m. Today we're continuing our playthrough of The Independence Day Killer from A Killing Affair, a 5-episode cold case game. Today we're playing episode 4. If you haven't watched the previous 3 episodes, you should leave now. It won't make any sense. And this is a one-time playthrough, so if you think you might purchase this game and play it yourself, you probably don't want to watch this. However, this is quite expensive, so of all the kinds of games we play, this is probably a better candidate to join us for. Let's catch up with the chat. Anna has been making notes. All right, so I've been adding to the notes document as well. Anna was adding some more, and she says she's got a theory about who the killer is. Let's just catch up on a couple of things. We've been playing 1 episode a night. We played 2 last weekend and episode 3 yesterday and episode 4 today. So one of the things we have to decide is whether we're going to wait another weekend to play the 5th episode, or whether to try to play it tomorrow, Sunday, or sometime early next week. I guess if I had a preference, my preference would be to finish it up this weekend, but I am sensitive to not everyone can play every day, and so I'll get some feedback from the audience, the chat, whether you want to be here for... If you stayed for 4 parts and you can't make it tomorrow, then we won't play it tomorrow. We can wait till next weekend if we have to. More bookkeeping. The reply number 10 from the Case of the Blinded Birder play-by-mail did arrive. So we will be playing that tomorrow at 3 p.m. All right. Anna says I can play it on Tuesday, not Sunday. All right. So if Tuesday works for Jonathan and anyone else, maybe we'll play it Tuesday night. Otherwise, we'll talk about it. But it sounds like we're not going to play it tomorrow night. You'll stay tuned to the YouTube channel to decide, to find out when it will be played. Okay, the other thing we didn't do is read this little epilogue or interstitial between episodes 3 and 4. At the end of episode 3, we didn't read it. So we should start with that. And I have box 4 in front of me. The other thing, there were 2 other things I wanted to say. The first thing is that I didn't give... Jonathan really needed to be given MVP credit for yesterday's live stream. Jonathan figured out the phone number thing and the color-coded message thing. So Jonathan was on point yesterday, which was good because I feel like I wasn't firing on all cylinders myself, but I feel a little fresher today, so I have high hopes. The other thing we should say is we should thank, again, Jonathan Jang, who I traded for this game, and he really has reset everything. That last soap clue looked like it didn't look touched. It looked glued together, and we had to unwrap it and unglue it to get at the component. So thanks to Jonathan again. All right, so let's see. Shall we go over our notes before we start? I think what we should do is we should start with this letter, this in-between letter. And then maybe before we open up box 4, we'll go over our notes quickly. So after we've completed episode 3. All right, so I see what we have here. What we have here is the postcard. Now, I believe it's just a generic postcard from Florida. But we remember this from Annie's blog. Said, come back when you get the postcard. So I believe we've got something else in her blog we can do. She says, I found your address in my dad's file. Disney is my favorite spot to visit when we can. Signed, Annie. Okay, so she's talking about Disney World in Florida. Has everyone here been to Disney World or that wants to go to Disney World? I've been a couple times. I was quite fond of it as a child. Okay, so, but I think the significance of this postcard is, there's Disney World with Donald Duck. The significance of this postcard is Annie's blog, which told us to come back when we've got the postcard. So other than that, nothing here. All right, let us look through quickly our notes here. Let's see, what's the best way for me to do this? Can I scroll with this? Okay, so case one, we decoded some messages here. The killer left the coded note, where there is no vision, there's no hope. And then at Mandy's scene, however bad life may seem, there's always something you can do and succeed at. While there's life, there is hope. This made us think this word hope, I think it's going to turn out to be the name of someone. Hope that got killed. Okay, and then the only black light ultraviolet writing we've seen in the game so far, which is strange, was this note he wrote on her calendar: revenge is bitter, sweet, but yet revenge is all I seek. So revenge is what this person's after. There was a note under Manny's table. Bianca knew Dolly had meeting with Adkins to change her trust. We learn more about that later. All right, we got time of deaths. We did find on both scenes evidence that there were two people that knew each other hanging out before they died. In this case, 2 packs of 2 different cigarettes, Marlboro Red and Cool. We haven't figured out any reason for that, anything to tie that into, but it was interesting. The victims both had GBH, a date rape drug that paralyzes you, so we're definitely looking for someone who had access to give them that. And then I thought this was in case 2, but this may have been case 1. We found out Mandy is having an affair with the judge that let her off easy on a drunk driving. We believe her drunk driving was 2004, which we think is a critical date to the beginning, the 10-year anniversary when all these murders started. In case 2, where Henry Hopper was killed, we got a bunch of deciphered or accessed notes. Hope is the only thing stronger than fear. Then we got the second discussion between Rivera and Mandy, where she's complaining he's not spending enough time with her. So we know he's having an affair with Mandy, and he's also promised to leave his wife here, but hasn't. And then later, Mandy got killed. That's right. Okay. All right. And then Annie sent us a note that said, or a voicemail that said, her dad, the mayor, overheard Rivera, the judge, asking questions about how Henry was killed. That's interesting if he suspects that he may be wrapped up in here. We know Henry was dating Bianca, and we know he planned to ask her to marry him. Case 3, which was yesterday, was Grace Gray, the wife of our corrupt judge. The bracelet found on her scene had a coded message, hope, in it. Now, this is really quite interesting. We didn't spend too much time talking about it, but one possibility is the killer left that bracelet in memory of this woman, Hope, this daughter or whatever that's been killed that he's getting revenge for. Or it's possible it was Grace's bracelet and she's wearing this for some reason. But I think we don't have a definitive answer, but I believe it's logical to think that the killer left it since it wasn't on her body. It wasn't on her wrist. It was by the scene. The coded note was learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. Then we got an anonymous note that said this was found in Bianca's possession, and it's a letter, torn up letter from Bianca, talking about missing someone named Steve and feeling betrayed by everyone else in life. So a very interesting question for us is, Bianca seems like a good candidate for the killer, but then who is sending us this anonymous note about found in Bianca's possessions? It sure seems like they're trying to implicate Bianca. So one question is this person trying to frame Bianca? Or is this person, is it the killer trying to frame Bianca? Is it a separate person, not the killer, who's trying to turn in Bianca? If so, who and why? Notice what Bianca writes. My hope for a better future died when you died. My hope died when you died. So this person, Steve, who's killed, or we don't know killed, but not, Bianca doesn't see him anymore, misses him. It sounds like that could be our candidate for who got killed in this accident. But I'm wondering if it's not going to end up being two people killed, Steve and Hope. My hope died when you died. I really wonder if it's going to be a couple now, a man named Steve and a woman named Hope that died, and two people. I'm not sure, but I've got a feeling here. Okay, then we found that Henry Hopper, who was killed in a previous episode, was drug dealing as a middleman between Grace Gray, the doctor, and John Johnson, the drug dealer. And I don't know why he says it's Hopgood, if his name was Henry Hopper. But I believe that's who we think he is. And we got this interesting detail about Abby Adkins, the wife of the lawyer and the sister of the doctor, who says she started her soap company inspired by her best friend's mother, who turns out to be Annie's mother, named Rose, who died in a car accident. Very interesting. We think that might be our accident we're talking about in 2004, which is when Grace Gray says her first patient, we put together the pieces, she lost her first patient in 2004. She's traumatized by it, and her sister says, I'll keep your secret. So we think Grace may be killed as revenge for messing up this surgery or something on this person from 2004. Now, we caught a very interesting statement here that this is what I've added, that I tracked down and added this. In our last episode, Bianca is being interviewed, and she says, I lost everyone on July 4th. That's why I stay in. And we wondered, well, is she talking about losing her friends from 2014 and 2015 that we know about? And I tracked down her first statement from our first murder, and she is already saying, I don't do the 4th on the 2014. So that suggests to me, doesn't suggest, it seems to very clearly mean to me that when she says I lost everyone, she's meaning on a previous July 4th, a 2004. So I definitely think we're going to tie in Bianca to losing someone on this earlier accident, which is all the more reason why she looks like such a good suspect. And we think Henry was involved in this death because he got kicked off the 911 callers. Okay, so we're up to episode 4. That's where we are. And then I've been adding this, and Anna's been adding a bunch of this too. So just summarizing people, I think we won't go through all of these, but we've made our notes about these different people. When we narrow down our suspect at the end, we'll go through these again. But here's Anna's note, her theory. So let's look at Anna's theory. Killer possibly wants revenge on the victim because of an accident. Right, that's what we think, back in 2004. Mandy was the drunk driver. Henry, the dispatcher, failed to put the 911 call in time. Grace, the doctor, failed to save the victim. So these first three motives for killing our first couple victims were pretty solid on. This is one that we don't know about, but this is our theory. Our first victim, Dolly, we can't tie her to doing something wrong, but we think maybe she helped Mandy cover up. And then Anna says Judge Rivera could be next, who gave a mild sentence to Mandy. Yes, this is where we stand. Anna, do you have any additional theories since then? Jonathan says, here's a theory. Didn't someone suggest Henry was having an affair before the divorce? Maybe Henry was having the affair with Bianca that distracted him, causing him to fail 911. Anna says, Henry was drunk a lot when he was a dispatcher. I don't think he knew Bianca. She was still with Steve. So, an interesting thing that happened in the last case is we were really settling on this idea that it's revenge for someone who died in drunk driving. But one thing that's interesting is the last episode was good because it actually threw us a little bit of curveballs, some alternate connections to the case, to the murdered victims. Because now they are also tied to this drug dealing thing. And not only that, but the cop had some suspicion that they were all tied together. With John Johnston, do you remember that? How our cop, which knew what she was doing last time, didn't she say she had a hunch they all seemed tied together? Tied together through John Johnson is what it was. I forget who she talked to about that, though. Yeah, look at this. This is a very weird thing. Because we've seen in the case before that the detective who said, I have a feeling it has to do with the candle, was sort of on point. But look at this. I don't know what you guys make of this. The detective is talking to John Johnston, trying to get him to talk. And she says, maybe someone you know is trying to hurt you. I think this really could have something to do with you, John. That's a strange thing because to us it doesn't really feel like it is related to the drug dealing, but the game has given us a nice, like a little twist with that last episode to suggest maybe it does. So I wonder. I still think we've got our best theory is that someone got killed in 2004 in a drunk driving accident, and these people are all related to it. But it could still also be tied in with the drug dealing in some way or fashion. Or we could have a drug dealer killing off people and trying to frame Bianca. I mean, that's a possibility, right? If all these people have like two webs that connect them, drug dealing and this drunk driving, is it possible they're being killed off by the drug dealer and trying to frame Bianca? Interesting possibility. John says, I think the part I'm thinking about was Annie talking about Bianca and Danny's relationship. I think I remember her saying Danny did not like her because she was having an affair on a friend, or she was, yeah, there was something about that, or thought. Bianca thought they were having an affair, I thought. We'll check into that. We'll reread some of the stuff once we narrow down to our theories. All right. Shall we open up this box? Anything else to talk about in the chat before we open up this box? We thought that Rivera was trying to copycat and kill his wife, but the bloody note in code convinced us otherwise. All right, let's open up this box and get started here. Oh, I guess before we, oh no, we have to open it up, but then let's remember to check for errata. So we've got our little message. We've got a picture frame. We've got bookmark post-it note invitation, our bloody note from the killer. Looks like a coaster, a welcome note. Another photo. Look who got killed. The lawyer, Al Adkins. And an envelope. Episode 4 hints. Okay, so at some point they were sending hints with the boxes. I believe this will just be a copy of the hints that are online, so we won't look at that. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, there's another connection. All right, so it looks like our next victim was not the judge, but the lawyer, the husband of Abby. All right, let's read this letter here. Let's put these aside for a minute. All right, let's read our letter. Detective J. Once again, this tragedy hit way too close to home for us. The 5th victim, Al Adkins, was found in his office the morning after the 4th of July in 2018. Al was a public defender and married Abby Adkins. As you may remember, Abby Adkins is the sister of Grace Gray, our last victim. Al also a friend of mine. Al also was a friend of mine. Al worked for the state as an attorney and did his best to help those that couldn't afford counsel. While investigating this case, it started to become clear to us this wasn't random. We just couldn't find the absolute connection between all 5 victims. Dolly and Mandy were attacked in their homes while the other 3 were not. Dolly and Mandy had been close friends for decades, just as Henry and Al had. Dr. Gray and Al were brother-sister-in-law. All of these people traveled in the same circles. Bianca appeared to have been tied to all of the victims with the exception of Dr. Gray. We obtained a search warrant for her home. Oh, they finally locked into Bianca and pulled the trigger and got a search warrant. Okay, we obtained a search warrant for her home in hopes we could crack this case. We've learned these police get search warrants on very flimsy evidence here in this town. The only thing we found that seemed to be suspicious was the MAD brochure. She had brought it home from Annie's pool party. We don't know about any pool party. We added it into evidence. The numbers on the back of the brochure were not located on others that we could find. We suspected it was a code of some sort, but no one at LPD could make any sense of it. That makes Bianca pretty darn suspicious. While investigating Al's murder, our suspicions were high with all of our suspects. Bianca and the judge were at the top of our list of potential killers. Getting a search warrant for a judge is not nearly as easy as getting one for an ex-bartender restaurant owner. So we started with Bianca. The killer is crafty and could easily be flying under the radar. We do feel, after reviewing this case, we could rule out at least one suspect. We hope you can work fast as another 4th of July is around the corner. I want to get your final case out as soon as possible. So, one suspect we have to get rid of. That's our mission today, one suspect. All right, let's go and let's see if there are any... This is just everything generic except this case. Let's see if there's any errata for this case. So episode 4. 20188A. I think it's case sensitive with the A, the last 2 digits. All right. inventory. We have removed hint envelopes from your episodes, although it was included with this one. All hints and more are online. Doesn't look like there's any errata. Nothing replaced, no errata. Okay. All right. So we don't need that anymore. So there's our photo of Al Adkins, the public defender lawyer who was just killed, husband of Abby. Let's add that to our other photos. There's his wife. All right, let's start. Well, let's start here since this is out in front of us. Application for search warrant, 99 Waterbury. All right, well, Bianca is our main suspect so far. So let's just remind ourselves where she lives. She lives down here on Waterbury, somewhere along Waterbury. So they searched her home, Kim Kimball. I love all they have to do is say, they think they're going to find something good. No real other evidence. Based on the information set forth, search of the suspect's home is believed to lead to evidence to the case numbers listed. That's it. Very flimsy. And what they found was this. Brochure for Mothers Against Drunk Driving. A standard brochure. Let's see what we've got here. Statistics are horrifying. Every 2 minutes, someone's injured. 51 minutes, someone is killed. Still #1 cause of death on our roadways. The solution in 2006. Okay, first of all, there's also this for MAD, but this is just going to, MAD is a real organization. This is a real website. I don't think this is going to be related to our case. 2006. Launched a campaign to eliminate drunk driving. Public support for campaign initiatives has been overwhelming. Okay. The rate of drunk driving is highest among 26 to 29, 10.1 million. This is just our standard brochure. But then we're told that these were only found on this one. They compared it, the police compared it to other documents, other of these brochures. And this is unique to this. So if someone's writing her a secret code or she's writing a secret code. Odd sets of numbers. You got some high values, mostly very low. Some some letters here, letter there. Very odd. So it's all pairs of 4. And then I see. This one looks like it's part of this one. So all 4 numbers and then these 2 have an extra text at the end. Not sure what that's about, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, let's keep that with that. So that is very suspicious. All right, let's take a look at Adkins' file, and we'll go through the evidence as we encounter it. We don't need the rest of this. Check in with the chat. I like how these cops never solve a single code, just more and more pile up and they just shrug. These aren't the best cops we've seen in our game. Okay. Lawyer was killed. We don't have any involvement in the lawyer in anything so far, other than we've seen him in photos, but we don't have any nefarious stuff he's up to that we know of yet, right? Okay. Let's start with our newspaper article. Independence Day killer takes a 5th victim, 2018. This is still cold case, right? The current date is we're in 2020 or 2019. So these are still cold cases we're getting. By Heather Hitchcock, our MAD employee newspaper person. The body of 42-year-old Al Adkins was discovered by LPD in his law office yesterday morning. Adkins is the 5th victim found on the 4th of July over the past 4 years. It's clear to us here at the Daily Press that no one living in Lovely City is safe on Independence Day. Adkins was a public attorney for the city for most of his career. He's survived by his wife, Abby Adkins, sister Amber Adkins, and both parents, Andy and Anna Adkins. Adkins was last seen by his close friends and acquaintances having a 4th of July pool party hosted by a close friend who lives on Inglewood Avenue. We know who that is because of our letter, that's Annie's party. I believe that's what the police said. The Daily Press interviewed Lovely Police Department's lead detective, Kim Kimball, who stated, Al Adkins was murdered by the same killer as our previous 4 victims. We're looking for an individual who blends in well and did not make our victims uncomfortable. This individual was able to gain access to our victims' home, office, and vehicles with no sign of forced entry. This is a good point, that he was in their homes without forced entry, and we think maybe Henry let them into the passenger seat of the car, and now Al Adkins has let this person into his office. We also believe the individual followed each of our victims for some time before approaching them. If anyone has any information, we urge you to reach out to the station and anything you think could help. Judge Rivera, the husband of last year's victim, Dr. Grace Gray, reached out to the Daily Press offering a $25,000 reward to anyone who has evidence that leads us to the person who's committing these murders. There's Dolly and Mandy, first 2 victims. There's Henry Hopper, the 3rd victim, and Grace Gray, the 4th. The reward is $15,000 more than he offered after his wife was found murdered. The nightmare in Lovely began on July 4th of 2014. Dolly Dobbs, the owner of the Irish pub and Wildflower Cafe, was found dead in her home. 1 year later, July 4th of 2015, Mandy Murray was found murdered in her home. Mandy was a close friend and employee of Dolly Dobbs. July 4th of 2016, Henry Hopper was found murdered in his car off Riverside after hosting an event there. Hopper was an event coordinator for Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Last year in 2017, Dr. Grace Gray was found in Lakewood Park on the morning after the 4th of July by a woman running through. Gray was thought to have been taking a walk after visiting a casino nearby. Okay, so Sudoku with a twist. So we could solve this. Looks like we've got some cars for sale. Mitsubishi Outlander, Mitsubishi Outlander, Mitsubishi Outlander. Don't know what this is about. Happy Dog Day. We saw this in a previous one. Part-time photographer. Apply in person or at our location on Lake Road. Zach Zimmerman, Sudoku with a twist. All right, let's read some more details. Did we ever figure out the broken window? We could start doing it on our notes. But I believe the broken window looks like glass was broken out from the inside, so I think that might lead evidence to believe that the person was in the car with them. I don't know why they broke the window, but I'll put it in our list of to resolve so we don't forget to do some of these, check back on some of these things we wanted to check on. All right, and we're going to need a new card for our new victim. All right. Got a bunch of evidence. Let's read the police report here. All right. Al Adkins found 75845. So found the next morning at 610 Victoria Avenue. His home address is at 101 Beach Avenue. He was found at his office. That's right. Okay. All right. Kelly King of Molly Maids arrived at the law offices just before 8 a.m. on Thursday morning. When she arrived, she noticed the door lock had been broken. So this one had to break in. Called 911. I received the 911 dispatch call at 7:51 a.m. on Thursday, July 5th, and arrived at the law offices at 8:02. Waiting room appeared to be untouched. A cup of coffee, half full, was on the coffee table in front of the chair. The conference room also appeared to have nothing out of place. When entering the office, located to the west of the building, we immediately noticed the victim on the floor. It appeared he had fallen from the chair. I immediately checked for a pulse and was unable to find one. I personally know the victim and identified him as attorney Al Adkins. After further investigation, I noticed a knife that appeared to be the murder weapon and a bloody note with symbols left by the killer. Adkins had several stab wounds to the face and chest. I am going to make a note on our to resolve issue. There was something very weird about Grace. Why Grace not stabbed in the eye? All of our other victims were stabbed in the eye and in the chest, including this guy. Grace wasn't, and we don't know why. I'd love to hear some theories about it. Maybe one of them, maybe Grace tried to help. I don't know. Okay, continuing with the police report. The room had no signs of a struggle. It appears the victim was sitting at his desk working on his computer when he fell off the chair. The position of the victim and lack of defense wounds leads me to believe the victim was unconscious before he was approached by the suspect. This is, again, the drugging. How do you drug this guy? Did you drug him by poisoning his coffee, putting the GBH in his coffee? On his desk were a set of keys, phone, wallet, 2 coasters, a picture frame, and a bookmark. I lifted his keyboard to see if anything was hidden under it and found a sticky note with a possible website written on it. Photos were taken, evidence was bagged, and the body was removed. Detective Tate and I drove to the victim's address on record to inform his family, and no one was home. Once we arrived at the police department, we were greeted with a worried Abby Adkins. She had come into the office to report her husband missing, stated she had last seen him at Annie Allen's party the afternoon before. We then began a formal interview. Okay, so he came after the pool party, went to work for some reason, had a cup of coffee, half full, then was killed. Okay, and then there's a note under his keyboard. All right, here's his autopsy. 31 years old. Office of the Lovely County Medical Examiner. Okay, so what have we got? Green eyes, 193 pounds, 5'10", stabbed in the chest, and it looks like in the eye. So the medical examiner has written 4 penetrating stab wounds to the chest, 1 penetrating stab wound to the eye, just like the others, but not like Grace. No bruising on this guy. Like our other victims seem to have some bruising, so maybe that's not related to anything. Maybe the bruising is just a red herring. I really wonder why Grace wasn't stabbed in the eye. All right, where's our time of death? Let's make our card for this guy. Al Adkins. Time of death 6:55 p.m. 7/4/18. Okay. Time of death has been very important for checking people's alibis so far. All right, here's the scene of the crime. Let's see what we've got here. It's interesting. It's drawn by Zach Zimmerman, who did the Sudoku puzzle in the newspaper. I wonder if that's important. Okay, so here's his office. Knife left very close to the body. Killer always leaves the knife with the body, with the bloody note. So this killer has bought a lot of knives. Cell phone, picture frame, coasters, and bookmark found on the desk. Cell phone, picture frame, coasters, invitation, and bookmark. Knife and bloody note. Coffee cup in the other room, half full. So I wonder if this is going to be found to have GBH in it. And 4 was door left open, lock broken. So someone did have to break and enter this time. Off Victoria Avenue. Chat says, here's a theory about Grace. Maybe John Johnson was showing up to acquire the drugs she was supposed to drop and then scared the killer off before they finished. Boy, that's a pretty good idea, because we noticed it looked like someone had fallen in the grass by Grace. So that's a pretty good idea by Jonathan, that the killer was scared off before they finished, but they did have time to leave the bloody note and knife. That's a little weird, but I like your idea, Jonathan. Okay, here's the medical examiner's toxicology report. And sure enough, GBH, quite a heavy dose of GBH. I guess he's a larger man. He needs more drugs. I'd like to see them test that coffee. No diazepam, Valium, just the GBH. That's useful to us, actually, because one of our theories, one possibility was that the people were being given GBH and Valium, but a bunch of our victims had diazepam, not this one though. Okay, and here's a criminal report, again on our drug dealer, John Johnston. I guess they pulled up his report. This is the first time we've seen his report. Okay, let's see. It goes back to 2005. He's got nothing beforehand. Marijuana, DUI, cocaine, intent to sell, heroin, marijuana, battery trespassing, resisting arrest, marijuana with intent to sell, speeding, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, all the way back to 2005 is his first, and he just got a warning. That looks like the first brush with the law was back in 2005, all the way up to 2018. Connection to Judge Rivera. Maybe that's no big deal. Small town, not surprising. All right. We're going to find out why the police think John Johnston is relevant for us. Okay, well, let's look at that evidence that was found at the crime scene. We may want to check your theory, Jonathan, about the killer getting scared off with Grace Gray by checking the scene at Grace Gray for evidence of interruption? Like, did he not stage things the way he normally does? Seems like that scene was pretty staged with Grace. That's why I have some concerns about the theory. Okay, let's take a look at the evidence we found. So there's the bloody note. What was the part that was found under his desk? Under his keyboard? Because that's probably not left by the killer, right? So, bookmark found on the desk. It was just this note that was under his keyboard. The rest were found on his desk. Okay, let's take a look here. So a post-it note found under his keyboard. AdkinNotes.com. Desk of Al Adkins, attorney at law. So maybe his private website where he's keeping notes. We'll want to go to that. These also found on his desk. A justice bookmark. I'm going to start using the ultraviolet light on these things as we get them. I don't see anything on that. This could be left by the killer for all we know. It's got a bunch of colors that could be relevant for us. Okay, and here's his invitation. Please join us for a pool party to celebrate Independence Day. 2 p.m., July 4th, 205 Inglewood. AnnieAmyAllen@gmail.com. So I think we probably might want to write to her. Email her and actually see if she knows anything, if she's going to respond to us. Okay, I don't see any writing here. All right, so this could very well be something we want to do, to email her, and I have no idea what the bookmark is about. Anna says, don't miss the fact that John Johnson was arrested July 4th, 2005 for marijuana possession. I think that's probably going to be just a coincidence. Okay, let's take a look at our note from the killer and decode it. It does indeed seem like a genuine killer note. Same handwriting, same alphabet. Let's decrypt it using our code that we have from before. All right. MAYEVE R. May every SU. May every son. Next line is RIS. Rise. May every sunrise be RI. And may every sunrise bring YOU hope. May every sunrise bring you hope. May every sunset. It's going to be bring you diamond LP peace. May every sunrise bring you hope. May every sunset bring you peace. Okay. These don't seem to be much clues except constantly mentioning that name, Hope. Just write that here. And I suppose I should scan it. If I find any message, I'll show it to you more clearly, but absent that. Okay. Coaster, what's this about? An old looking coaster. With M&Ms or whatever they are laid out. What's happening here? Is it the cubes? So they're laid out in what could be a pattern. There's some they're all S's. Okay, so they're Skittles, not M&Ms. They're laid out in some possible pattern, though not clear at all. They almost look like they're like this is a pattern here. This is a pattern, but it's not clear. Let's just make sure there's nothing hidden written on it. Okay, don't know what to make of that, really. Found on the victim's desk. Picture frame found on the victim's office desk. Okay, let's look at what this is. All right, so this looks like a picture frame of Al and his wife at some July 4th thing. Got a July 4th ribbon. Presumably, there's going to be something in here, I'm guessing. See if we can, ouch, get this open with our bare hands. Okay, definitely something back here. Maybe tricky. This is definitely put back together very well by Jonathan, who passed this around to us. Okay, so, oh, I see. It's actually got a broken corner here. I don't know if that's by design or not. So there's a secret message left here. The other part of this is just the generic photo frame sort of thing that you get when you buy an empty photo frame. Let's take a look at what this is. Okay, I see a check question here. The number of the ones that are at the table in the order of the number of the ones that are on the table in the order of the colors in the bookmark. The drug drop was at the casino, and Tina has a good guess about the Skittles. Okay, the drug drop was at the casino. Okay, that's a good point. So probably they weren't surprised at the park. And Tina has a good guess about the Skittles. Let's see. The number of the ones that are at the table in the order of the colors in the bookmark. So you're thinking that this matches this. Well, here's the problem with that theory, I think. Well, I don't know. You've got orange, yellow, green, red, and I guess you could say purple for the browns. So you could say yellow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Orange is 1, 2, 3. Red is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Purple is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Green is 1, 2, 3. That's not a terrible idea at all. Well, let's come back to that. I think that's a pretty good idea. It seems like a pretty big coincidence that the colors line up. All right, what have we got here? This looks like Braille. Which is also what this kind of looks like. So that's another alternative. I think we've got Braille here. So we're going to have to decode this with Braille. I had an idea a little while ago to try using Google Lens. So I wonder if we might try that here. Let's go to our tablet and go to Google Lens. Let's see what happens if I'm gonna have a hard time seeing that without. Let's see. Maybe I can use this one. Let's see. Of course, you can't see this one, but let's just see. Let's see if Google Lens is smart enough to be able to scan it, the Braille. Let's see what happens. Where is the camera here? I have my doubts about this, but let's see. Visual matches. It's definitely Braille, but it doesn't know how to do it. Detect language. Let's see if it can detect Braille. No, it's confused. Okay, so that's not going to help us. Google Lens is not going to automatically translate Braille, so we're going to have to translate it. All right, well, I suppose there's no time like the present, but it's time for a break first. So let's take our break. We'll come back. We'll try to translate this Braille. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I found an online Braille translator site that I could scan and upload, and that's what I've done. So here's the original. Here's the scan with its translation as best it can, and there's our Braille alphabet if we need to correct anything. So let's look at what the online translate gave us. It says, I hope you love the frame you will reach all your goals soon. It was a long time ago, but I know it bugs you having to defend that girl and then watched the judge give her a slap on the wrist because she was pretty. What she did I'm guessing that's a mistranslation, should be is. What she... No, what is that? Was... What she did... Sorry, where's our alphabet? What she did... Then this one should be... This printout's not so great. It. Because she was pretty. What she did... It was murder. Soon you will have your own firm and don't look back. Love, your sister Amber. So having to defend that girl and then watch the judge give her a slap on the wrist. So he defended her. He was her public defender. So this sounds like they're talking about Mandy and her DUI. Do we have for Mandy that do we know he was her public defender? We're just guessing it in 2004, but that seems to be our clear connection. Maybe his sister was blind. We don't know. Okay, but there's our translation. And now we've got our connection between the lawyer and our murders. A pretty clear connection. Why he's being murdered. If he helped get her off. Although this person, his sister, who's writing him, does not seem to blame him. She's like, must have been hard for you defending that girl, getting her off. Anna says, now we know Mandy did kill someone with drunk driving. We think it was Mandy, at least. We think it was Mandy. Let's not forget. We're not 100% sure they're talking about Mandy. Or the same evidence. Whoops, I forgot. I shouldn't have put that away. This goes in there. It looks like maybe the designers were not sure that people would... It seems like obvious that you would open this up if you were playing this game, but I guess this is in case it didn't occur to you. I'm not sure. All right, let's just put that with that. I still think that's your code is probably your best guess there. Best shot at it. Let's get to the rest of our report here. All right, so we've got our normal interviews, and then we've got a couple more pieces of evidence here. Here's a note. Mary Myers, Abby Adkins pretty much never left my side. What is this? Mary Myers. Abby Adkins pretty much never left my side. June Jennings, Cindy Carpenter, Bobby and Betty Brown, my dad, Molly Murray, Zach Zimmerman, Abby, Cindy, and Molly all spent the night. What is this? Are we going to be told what this is? Some weird thing with numbers, codes. Let's scan this. Nothing on that. What about this? Nothing on that. What about calendar? Our last person had something written on their calendar. Doesn't look like on this one. All right, we don't know what these things are. Let's look at his calendar. Abby dropped off a printout of Al's calendar from the past 2 weeks. She also gave me the stationery. I guess what she's talking about this. She had stated it was information regarding the case that Annie had given her. I don't see how it's helpful, but maybe you can. Okay, so this is a note from Annie who's trying to help us crack the case. Okay, dropped out a printout of Al's calendar. Let's see what he's got. Brown versus Tyson, that's our lawn care guy, probably. Amber, that's his sister. New client, Mediator Johnson, there's the drug dealer. He takes the weekend off. Lunch with Ray. Mediator for the Dobbs case. Interesting. Is that the judge, Ray Rivera, he's meeting with? Independence Day, 2 to 3 p.m. Annie's party. Ugh, he really doesn't want to go. Tyler's. There's Danny Dobbs again. He's meeting with. New client, dinner with Abby, his sister. Anything on the back that I check? I guess she printed it out, so there'd be no reason for anything to be written on it. All right, well, that doesn't seem very useful to us, but he's meeting with all sorts of people involved in the case. And then next up are our interviews. All right, well, before we go to the interviews, let's go to that website and see what we can make of this. Atkins notes. Okay, it's going to be password protected, surely. Okay, so I think... Wait, what was... Oh, this was from the... What was this? Did it even tell us what this was? She also gave me this stationery. She said it was information related to the case. All right, maybe that's on one of her website puzzles. Okay, let's try the Skittles theory. All right, so I see the audience is telling me the Skittles code, but let me just calculate it for the benefit of anyone listening. So we've got our bookmark with colors from yellow to green, and we've got Skittles on the table of this picture of the thing. So we're going to count only the ones on the table. So yellow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Orange is 1, 2, 3. Red, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Purple, we're counting these brown ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or I guess they're Skittles. They might very well be purple. And then green, 1, 2, 3. Let me just check if the channel, that's the same code as the chat says. And Tina. So 73553. Let's give it a try. 73553. Yep, that was it. All right. So that's his private document. Let's see if we can. Well, let's look at his notes first. Okay, he's got 2 pages of notes here. Let's read them. Fuck's sake, 7517. Fuck's sake, now my sister-in-law. Last year was my friend Hopper. What are we on, like 5 murders on the 4th in this shitty-ass city? I can't just sit back for another year and wait for someone else I care about to get the knife. I don't understand how the LPD can't do a better job and catch the person who's fucking responsible for these sick murders. Last 2 murders have been so close to me that I feel like they have to have a connection. I know I have to do some of my own digging. Gonna keep notes and records of my thoughts, findings, and save them somewhere safe. I think this is closer to home than my wife and Annie think. Okay, 5 days later, 7/10/17. I don't want to alarm Abby by letting her know that I was doing this, so I headed over to the library to do some research. Thought it would be safer there. The number of newsworthy stories on that day of the year really surprised me. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Parties, deaths, fires, accidents, DUIs, you name it. Everything seems to happen on the 4th of July in Lovely. With a population of only 50,000, it's insane to think this much activity happens on the same day in Lovely. I could really use a Penelope Garcia from Criminal Minds right now. 8/1/17. 3 weeks later. Hit the library to start sifting again. No luck. Nothing stood out. 9/10/17. Library trip again. This is getting old. Most of the articles I'm reading don't have names of the victims and or parties involved. I wonder if I'm going about this all wrong. 11/1/17. Ran into the judge today. I do see him at least once a week. Most of the time I look up to him. He's done so much for me since Abby and I got married, but I can't help but think something is just off about him. 1/1/18. New Year's resolution to dig more and better. I've gotten sidetracked and was reminded last week after having court with the judge and watching him drool over some young girl that I have to find out what happened. 2/2/18. We could check, I guess we can only check Mandy's records. 2/2/18. Johnson was popped today for a shitload of drugs. These were not just any kind of drugs. Of course, he had his typical shit, cocaine and pot, but he also had drugs you have to get from a doctor. This was very disturbing to me. I know through my connections that all of the victims were drugged with the same drug before they died. I don't know enough about the toxicology reports and what certain drugs do when taken to say Johnson. I don't know enough to know what certain drugs do when taken to say Johnson had that drug in his possession, but I would be willing to bet he did. I'm not saying I think this idiot killed anyone. He's too lazy for that crap. I think he probably provided the killer with the drugs that killed the victims. He has information that could connect us to the killer. He probably has no clue either. The fact that the victims were all drugged is information the LPD has not released to the public. And Johnson is not the brightest crayon in the box. I'm his attorney, so I can't do anything with this information. I just wish the LPD would connect the dots. 5:15. Okay, this is a big thing. I think we almost flirted with this conclusion, but I think we might have, but I'm not sure we did put it together. But it makes sense now that John Johnson is securing these GBH drugs from the doctor and selling them to someone. If we knew who he was selling to, we'd have our killer. But this may be a reason that John Johnson gets killed. Okay, 5:15:18. It's getting closer to the 4th. I know my wife feels like it's hopeless and is scared for her own life this holiday. Annie's throwing some crazy party, thinking if she can get us all in one place, nothing's going to happen. But I don't think Annie gets that this is not some random person doing this. 5:25:18. I just took a case this morning. I'm defending Bobby Brown, the husband of a good friend of Annie's. He wants to sue Tony Tyson for damaging his property while doing lawn work. It really got me thinking about something. Could Mandy's murder have something to do with the judge? I may be far off, but just for the heck of it, I decided to do a search of all my cases that included the victims and people that have either been a suspect or questioned in the murders. Search criteria, all dates that include any of these keywords: Dobbs, Murray, Hopper, Gray, Johnson, Tyson, Hitchcock, Allen, Baker, Clark. So all of our suspects. All dates that include the following month and day, July 4th. I don't know if I found anything special, but I saved my results here. I'm going to keep digging. 6:15:18. I'm going to look into other cases regarding the 4th of July that I didn't represent. I've just been bogged down with work. I have not gotten a chance to. 7:4:18. Just left Annie's party and I think I made a connection. I overheard a few guests talking about an accident that happened a long time ago. It triggered something for me. I found an article a while back that I think will put it together. I need some help filling in some gaps, but I think I have it. I'm going down to LPD as soon as I leave here. I'm sure Tate is working the case right now. Okay, so he's connected, and now this is notes from Annie's party. He just got home from Annie's party and he was killed. And then Annie was writing us notes about Abby, Cindy, and Molly all spent the night. So Annie is trying to make her own notes, and now we know that Al was very close to figuring something out. He pulled records of people he represented, and then he looked into records that he didn't represent. Okay, let's look at the chat. Chat says, we did think JJ was providing the GHB drugs. We just didn't know who. Okay, yeah. And that answers why JJ and the case is connected to him. Yes, that solves that mystery. All right, let's go back now to the other notes in his file, his caseload. Okay. Now, let's see what we've got here. We've got 2 pages of reports. Okay, going back, well, the one we're suspicious of is that one right there, 2004. Okay, so now we know for sure. There's his case. Oh, look at that, John Johnson then too. But there's his case of import. Can I mark on this? Let's see. So there's our 2 cases, and he did represent Mandy Moray. All right. DUI, second offense, 90 days probation. He also happened to represent John Johnson. Whoops. Why is it not full screen, I wonder? Okay, he also represented, John Johnson on the next year. Okay, but this is our 2004. We weren't 100% sure that he was representing her. Now this makes it even more likely that note found on the picture frame saying you had to represent her, and then she got off with a slap on the wrist, that was indeed Mandy Murray. All right, so going back to our document, let's see. So these are all people related to our case. Anything else jump out at you here? We can go and take a look. Anything earlier? Mandy's first charges dropped, 90 days, 90 days. There's her multiple DUIs. Do we care about where she lived? Let's just record where she lived. In fact, we might have ability to look up more information about this, but let's make a note of where she lived at that time. Donald Avenue, she lived when she got into her on her 2004 event that we think is so important. Let's see if we can't find Donald Avenue. There it is. I've already got it marked. Is that because that's where she was when she was killed? She still lived there? Mandy Murray, she's still living at Donald. All right, I guess she lived there her whole life. So Danny Dobbs, he's now representing because he's been charged with embezzling, so they caught him. Okay. Well, the noose is tightening around, well, I guess it's not a noose, but the evidence is locking into our theory of our 2004. All right. I guess we're done with that. So that's that website. So we're finished with his website. And we're finished with this, we think. I think what I'll do here, we're done with this bookmark. We used it to decrypt his password. I'm going to write an email here to AmyAllen@gmail.com, which matches this, just to see if she has anything to add. It may be that we have to talk to her after we look at her blog again, but let me just see here. Let's write a note together. So because we've got her email address, this is the first time we've seen it, I think. Okay, there she is. Subject. Party, alibis, etc. Just gonna say, Annie, can you tell me anything more about pool party and your theories and alibis for anyone there? Like in her list, she's got and any info on Bianca or Al Adkins or Ray Rivera. Okay. Let's just send this off. Okay. it's sent. And we've got some old notes from our previous case. Don't look at that if you don't want spoilers. Let's see if she gives us any replies. And there's also this stationery. Manifold. This makes me think you're meant to fold it. She also gave me this stationery. She stated it was information regarding the case that Annie had given her. Abby dropped off information from Annie. Okay. Well, maybe they're going to talk about it in the interviews. Otherwise, we'll just have to make sense of it. It is reminiscent, though, about this. Sudoku. So I wonder... But let's put it aside for now. All right. I haven't gotten any reply from Amy Allen, assuming I did it right. But you know what? Let's look at her website. Let's see, did we bookmark it? We didn't bookmark it. How about... Is it here? Okay, I got it. It's here. Let's just bookmark this for next time. Okay, let's see if there was anything in here from this case. You need access to file 2019. We're not there. Okay, when you get my postcard, check out this one. Let's look at this one then. Password. Okay, postcard wants password. Where's our postcard? Let's not forget this either. But that's not the postcard password. Where did we put the postcard? Where did we put the Florida postcard? Who can tell me where I put the Florida postcard? Not in the box. Not in the box. Not. Come on, Jesse, really? Okay, Anna says, I'm guessing Disneyland is the password. Okay, Disneyland is definitely not the password because Disneyland's in California. It's Disney World that's in Florida. But it could also be Donald Duck. I would love to see that password one more time. Back in an evidence bag. Okay, it wasn't in an evidence bag, but it was in the letter. So it's probably back in the letter. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Back the letter. I forgot that that's where we got it from. Okay. It was in the letter after stage 1. Okay. So there's our postcard. Okay. So Disney World is where Donald Duck is on this map. And let's see what she says. I found your address in my dad's file. Disney is my favorite spot to visit when we can. Disney is my favorite spot. Okay, so let's go to the website that said come back here when we've got it, and let's try. So she says Disney is my favorite. So I'm going to type it exactly as she wrote it. D-I-S-N-E-Y. No. Okay. Disney World. Okay, this is exactly the situation we found ourselves in before, where you could spell Disney World 10 different ways, with caps, without caps, with space, without space. So that's problematic. And again, why should we have to guess? Why should I have to guess at Donald Duck with no spaces, Donald Duck with spaces, Disney World all caps? Like what? It can't be that we have to guess at all of them. This is just frustrating / it's not, it's what you do when you're not, when you're desperate. It says, when you get my postcard, check out this post. Okay, so we've got your postcard. There's the postcard digitally. That's on her blog. Looking for any changes between the postcard and what I see here on her blog. I don't notice any. Okay, so we've got it, and now it wants a password. Okay, so we know it's related to this postcard. And then she says very clearly, Disney is my favorite spot to visit when we can. What's happening here? Oh, it's on the website. But it's just, it shouldn't be that we have to try 10 versions till we get it. There should be a very clear answer. Like, it's frustrating that all of these things jump out. Is it Disney World? Is it Disney? Is it this quote here, the Sunshine State? Is it Donald Duck? Like, it shouldn't be one of those. The fact that it's not clearly a single answer should give us a clue that this is the wrong line of thinking. I tried Disney one word. That's what I tried. That's exactly what I tried. I mean, we'll try a couple things, but I really hate when this is here. So you can't see that I'm typing. There's no way to have it reveal. But I'm typing capital Disney, exactly as she's written it on the postcard. No. Okay, I could type capital Disney space WORLD. Enter. No. I could type Disney World, all one word. Enter. No. I can type Disney World with space. I mean, like, I'm hoping none of these work because it shouldn't be one of these random ones. We could try the quote here, the Sunshine State. If any of these work, I'm going to be pissed. I'm just trying the Sunshine State. Now I'm going to try Donald Duck with a space. Donald Duck with no space. All right, well, it's good that none of these work because they shouldn't. Anytime when it could be 10 different versions of it. No UV code. Anytime when it could be one of 10 things, then it shouldn't be any of them. Okay, let's not get flustered and frustrated. Let's think logically. I mean, one logical thing would be if there's a difference on here. Like she sent us this postcard, so this postcard has to have the valuable piece of information on it. Don't see any differences though. I guess I didn't try Disney World all caps. Surely that's not it. But I'll just try anything at this point. Disney all caps. Disney World all caps with a space. All caps with no space. Okay, well, it's good those aren't right because I would be very angry if they were. So Disney is my favorite spot. Disney with the caps. I'm going to do this like for the 5th time just to make sure. In fact, let me just make sure my caps aren't on or anything. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. So Disney with a capital D. Disney. No, okay. So we have to think harder about what this is. Disney is my favorite spot. Disney is my favorite spot. Did we scan Disney location? Yeah, we scanned it. It would also be very suspicious if she was using an UV light. Favorite spot. Is there anything about spots that come out? Like Spot, do you have to know about a dog named Spot? Is that a Disney character, a Dalmatian, Pluto? Pluto's not a... Which one is the dog of Disney? This can't be it, right? No. No. Disney is her favorite spot. So it's directing us here. Directing us to Disney. We have interviews, yes. Maybe there's more information. Okay, that's a good thinking. If we can't get this and we don't understand it, we get frustrated, let's move on. However, before we move on entirely, we're in this case, right? So what about her case for 2018? Now 2018 wants a password, but for this one, maybe it wanted the password for the case number. So 2018AA is the password to get into. Wait, what? If you get the postcard, click here. Okay. So now we're on the postcard page. 2018AA. That's not for that. Fine. But when we go onto this page, you need the case file for 2018. When we go into this page, this should be 2018AA, but it's not. To read this, you'll need the case file 2018. Boy, that's weird. All right, time to move on from Annie's. Why she doesn't just tell us information. Donald, one word. It can't be. We have to put a stop to try. I mean, I think I tried Donald, one word, but it can't be. The fact that you could try Donald Duck, Donald whatever, and I tried a bunch of variations, it just can't be. So let's put it aside for now. Let's read the interviews. I still don't understand why that other blog post, which normally just wants the password, it's possible that this relates to Disney. I don't know. Let's read our interviews and pray that some more information is in it. In the interviews. We've also got this one. All right, we've got a bunch more stuff, but Annie is frustrating me. Disney is her favorite spot. It's weird that these are both password protected. One based on the postcard and one that just says you need access to the 2018 case file. Normally when it says that, it wants the code for the case file, but that hasn't been the case here. All right, let's move along. Let's move along. Let's not get hung up. Let's read our first interview with Abby, the wife of our murdered lawyer. Detective, I'm so sorry we're meeting again under these circumstances. Can I get you anything to make you comfortable? Adkins, no, I just want to get this over with. Detective, tell me about your day yesterday. Adkins, well, Al and I were at Annie's all day. We drove together and got there around noon so we could help Annie set things up for her 4th of July pool party. Detective, what time did Al leave the party? Atkins, it was a little after 6. He said he wasn't feeling well. He also said he had an idea he couldn't shake and wanted to stop into the office to look at something. He didn't tell me any details of what he was referring to. He was going to stop at the office quickly and then go home and take a nap. He said he may come back to see the fireworks. Never thought anything of it when he didn't come back. I figured he just fell asleep and didn't wake up. I didn't want to call him as he was a light sleeper and he's been really stressed lately with work. I wanted to let him sleep. Detective, how was Al during the party? Was his behavior different than normal? Atkins, as to be expected, we both had an emotional day. My sister was murdered last year and his friend Henry was murdered the year before. We were feeling the loss. Holly showed up at the party with a new boyfriend and flaunting her success. Extra money she got from his inheritance should have been put in a trust fund for her kids. This bothered Al. So to answer your question, yeah, my husband was not himself yesterday at all. Detective, when did you notice that Al was missing? Atkins, we were drinking all day, and as soon as the fireworks were done, Annie and I laid on the couch and passed out. I didn't wake up until the next morning around 8 a.m. We walked through the house, and I knew pretty quickly that he had never come home. Everything was exactly the way we both left it the day before. I thought about going to his office, but I knew something was wrong. That's when I came here. Annie drove me. Detective, is there anyone you can think of that would want to hurt Al? Atkins, well, he is a public defender. Maybe it wasn't working out for someone he was defending. I can't think of anyone he mentioned at all. Detective, can you tell me about other people he spent time with? Atkins, well, his parents, his blind sister, my brother-in-law, Ray. He sometimes hung out with Danny Dobbs, but not as much since he and Annie split up. Is there anything else you can think of that might help? Atkins, he never told me. He didn't want to worry me, but I knew he was looking into the murders and his theory behind them. He was doing his own digging, and I know he would have kept notes somewhere, probably at his office. What if he was onto something? Sobbing. What if what he knew got him killed? All right. Here we go. Here's Annie Allen. Let's see if she wants to give us a little hint about her postcard. Annie, thanks for taking the time with me this morning. Alan, whatever I can do, Detective. Do you remember what time Al left your party yesterday, Annie? I know he was there when we served food and caterers served snacks at 6 p.m. He was there when they started setting the food out. He left before they were finished, so it had to be about 6:15 then. Detective, how was he acting during the party? He was keeping himself busy by helping around the party. I know he wasn't feeling well before he left. To be honest, him leaving at all was truly odd to me. I chalked it up to him not feeling very well. I know he wasn't feeling very well. Either he was upset or he was drugged. Detective, do you have a guest list? Alan, a guest list? No, I just wing stuff like that. I had a stack of invites and invited people I felt like inviting. Detective, can you give me a list of people who were there? Alan, I can't see how that would help you at all. People came and went all day. I can tell you around 6:30, after the snacks were served, there were only about 8 people left. They stayed and did not leave until after the fireworks show. Could you write down the names on this notepad for me, please? Yes, of course. Okay, so that's how we get this. Are these going to be the 8 people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, those are the 8 people that were there. Although I'm a little confused by my dad and Molly, Bobby and Betty, so those are doubles there. Is there anything else you can think of that could help us with our investigation, Annie? She says, well, the Browns are good friends of mine. I know that Al was representing Brown in a case. Bobby was suing Tony Tyson's company. Tony did their lawn and had some real damage one afternoon to their sprinkler systems and a few other things. Bobby said the damages were over $20,000. Tony denies it. Tony showed up at the party as a +1 with someone yesterday. When he saw Al and Bobby, he seemed to have second thoughts about being there. He's only there for about half an hour, if that. He got there a little after 5:30. So Tony Tyson left at 6. That's enough time to get to the murder location. Detective, did you know any of the other people that may have had a problem with Al? Alan, that's the only thing I can think of. However, if something comes up, I'll let you know. I suppose we might want to, let's see. She's at Inglewood. We might want to find out how far her house is to where Adkins was found. Maybe we'll worry about that later. Okay, here's our judge, Ray Rivera. Detective, I want to start this meeting by saying I'm raising my reward offer to $25,000. Al was not only someone I worked with and my brother-in-law, he was my friend. I'm glad my wife is not here to see the heartache my sister-in-law is feeling right now. Tell me where you are with this investigation. Detective, I can tell you we have a lot of information. However, we can't seem to find the connection to crack this case. Any information you can give, even the smallest detail, can help us. Let's start with the last time you saw Al. Rivera. I was at Annie's party, so the last time I saw Al was around 6 p.m. That's when I left. However, I also had lunch with Al the day before. We tried to catch up at least once a month. I enjoyed his company. Detective, so you're telling me you didn't see him after 6 p.m. yesterday? Rivera, no, I didn't. He was supposed to be in court this morning and didn't show. It was not like him to just not show up. I knew something was wrong. I called his office and got voicemail. Detective, did you notice him acting differently during the party or for your lunch with him? Rivera, well, during lunch, he asked me some questions about old cases I had ruled on. He was asking questions about how I felt about the sentencing, if I had any regrets. Detective, and what cases were those? Rivera, I don't remember the names he mentioned. They were all very random. Detective, are there cases you can think of which he may be referencing? Rivera, no, I couldn't imagine where the comments were coming from. I'm very justified in all my rulings. I have no regrets at all. Detective, is there anything else you can think of that could help the case? Nothing at all. However, if I think of anything, I'll let you know. All right, so he's lying about not remembering stuff. Obviously, the lawyer asked him probably about that Mandy Moore case in 2004. He doesn't want to talk about it because he corruptly let her off so that he could hook up with her. The important thing here, though, is he leaves at 6 p.m., Rivera. So Rivera is a good candidate. Does not have an alibi. He could have followed our guy home to the office. It makes sense that it might be someone at this pool party who left when Al Adkins left, either because they drugged him and knew he would go home or to the office, or because they heard him talking about needing to get to the office to crack this case. Here's Tony Tyson. Detective, Tony, thanks for coming in. I have a few questions in regard to your day yesterday. Can you tell me where you went yesterday? I was working most of the day. Why? How about after work? I went home. Detective, I have witnesses that placed you at Annie Allen's house for a gathering. I was there, but only for maybe 20 minutes. So you did go. And what time were you there? Tyson, 5 p.m., I think. It was not my thing. Once I got there, I couldn't get out there quick enough. Should have just told Riggs. No, Riggs, my neighbor, invited me. He said he was going to be fun. It wasn't. I left and went home. Why? Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Detective, do you know who Al Adkins is, Tony? Tyson, isn't that the town's attorney? I saw him at the party yesterday. I don't know him personally. Detective, isn't it true he's representing Bobby Brown in a case that's pending against you and your business? Tyson, sure, why do you care about this? It's a civil case. Detective, well, we're just trying to understand why you would want Al Adkins dead. Tyson, dead? What? Detective, Al Adkins was murdered in his office last night. We have information you had made threats to both Bobby Brown and Al on several occasions. Tony, this doesn't look good for you. Tyson, you just hold on. I might have said something stupid. I was pissed. They're suing me for over $25,000. Wouldn't have killed someone over it, just like I wouldn't have killed that doctor. Detective, where did you go last night after you left the party? Tyson, home by myself. Detective, can anyone confirm that? Tyson, nope. Detective, don't leave town, Tony, until further notice. All right. Jonathan is very upset at the price of ruining the sprinkler system being so high. Okay. Heather Hitchcock is being interviewed now. Detective, Heather, thanks for coming in today. I'm sure you're aware why we asked you in. Hitchcock, I am sure I do, but humor me, Detective. Detective, well, you know Al Adkins was murdered in his office last night and found this morning by the cleaning service. We're interviewing everyone from the past murders, looking for connections between the victims that could help us crack this case. Hitchcock, well, I did see Al yesterday at the mayor and his daughter's 4th of July party. I don't know them personally, but a co-worker of mine, Zach Zimmerman, invited me along. Thought it would be a great opportunity to spread awareness about drinking while driving. Detective, do you know Al? Hitchcock, sure, it's impossible to be a reporter and not know the public defender. Detective, did you talk to him yesterday? Hitchcock, well, yes, off and on. Nothing specific, small talk really. Detective, did he seem bothered by anything or not himself? Hitchcock, I don't know him well enough to know that. He appeared to be having a good time, just like everyone else. I didn't see any signs that told me he was going to be dead on his office floor in 12 hours. Detective, on what time did you leave the party yesterday? Hitchcock, well, before I left, I made sure everyone had a copy of my brochure and a no DUI strategy for the night. I think I left around 5 p.m. I wanted to get down to Riverside to hand out brochures. Detective, and were you with anyone? Hitchcock, no, Mad has still not replaced Henry. Budget cuts, I suppose. I didn't set up a booth like in the past. I just handed out the brochures they gave me. Detective, do you know how Al and Henry knew each other? Hitchcock, nope, not at all. Okay, here's our interview with Jonathan Johnson. 2 more interviews left. Detective, John, you have really got yourself into trouble with these new charges, haven't you? Nothing I can't handle. Al and I have a good plan, and I'm innocent. Detective, that's what they all say. Johnson, I want my attorney. Detective, I hate to be the one to inform you, Johnny, but that's why I asked you down here today. Al Adkins was found dead in his office last night. He was murdered. We believe by the same killer as the other victims on the 4th. Johnson, shit. I'm speechless. This is really bad. Detective, when was the last time you saw Al? Johnson, I think it was a week ago or so. Wow, Al wasn't just my attorney. He was a friend too. We have history. Henry, Danny, Al, and I all went to school together. Detective, is there something from your past you can think of that would connect this, Johnny? Something that would make sense on the 4th of July? Nothing that stands out at all. Detective, you didn't see Al yesterday at Annie's party. Johnson, I didn't go to that. Detective, were you invited? Johnson, yeah, I just didn't want to hang out with all those snobs. We all have history, but that's where it needs to stay, in the past. Detective, and where were you last night after 5 p.m.? Johnson laughs. You have got to be kidding me, right? No, John, we need to know where you were. Johnson, I was home alone. I took the advice from the news to either stay in a group or stay in behind locked doors. I don't travel in groups, so I stayed in. What every citizen of Lovely should have been doing. Detective, John, can you think of any reason why anyone would want Al dead? Johnson, I really always thought Bianca had something to do with all this. From the beginning, she had something to gain from Dolly's death. I think Mandy knew about her plans. She's rotten, I can see it. I don't know if she knew Al or not, but I bet there's something there if you dig deep enough, Detective. Detective, don't leave town, Johnny, but I'm sure you already know that. Johnson, I got nowhere else to go anyway. Okay, here's our last interview with our best candidate so far, Biana Bryce. Bryce, it seems like we have a standing appointment around this time every year, doesn't it, Detective? Who's dead now? Detective, Bianca, I can't help but notice you're in the center of this every year. Al Atkins was murdered in his office last night. Bryce, wow. I had hoped I was wrong. Atkins, that's the judge's brother-in-law, isn't it? Detective, yes, it is. Bryce, well, I saw him yesterday at Annie's house party. He seemed like everything was fine. Detective, let's cut to the chase, Bianca. I'm very aware you had brought a case to civil court against Danny Dobbs for embezzling funds from the pub. I'm also aware that Danny Dobbs hired Al Atkins to defend him. Bryce, I'm unclear what your question is. Detective, killing Al would make it hard for Danny to defend himself. Bryce, Detective, there are other attorneys in Lovely besides Al. I have nothing to gain. Slowing down my case is not in my best interest. We were supposed to be in court today. I'd been there for 3 hours before they finally canceled. I have no idea why. I had no idea why until now. Detective, how long were you at Annie's party last night? Bryce, well, as you know, I don't typically do anything on the 4th. I think I told you last year I was going to make sure I had an alibi. I was at the party until about 5:30 p.m. Everyone else was leaving. I saw my opportunity to go home and watch Lifetime like I do every year. I suppose that doesn't cover it, does it? Detective, no, it doesn't. Can anyone verify you were home? Bryce, not that I know of. I have nothing else I can help with. I'm leaving now, or I want an attorney. Okay, well, those are our interviews. Not very helpful. I think we're at a bit of a roadblock here to figure out what to work on next, but we have to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. Jonathan reminded me in the chat to make a scan of this manifold thing so that we could fold it if we wanted to. Let me just cut it to size. Let's see. So I just checked the mail. We haven't gotten a reply from Annie Amy Allen, who's really acting unhelpful, if you ask me. Let me just go get the scissors and cut this out. All right, well, this is a weird situation. We haven't been stuck like this before. I mean, we've been stuck trying to understand some codes, which we have in front of us, but it's weird that it's so unclear where to go and what to use them with. But I think it pays to maybe step back and remind ourselves where we are. Let me turn off the comments here. All right, let's try to step back and look at our evidence that we haven't made sense of yet from this case. All right, to start with, we have the list of people that Annie says were at the pool party. And we're told we're going to eliminate one person. All right, there's that. Then we've got the calendar for Al Adkins, which doesn't seem that useful at all, in fact. Although it makes you wonder, is this new client the killer? But not that useful. Okay, then we've got Annie having 2 website posts that we don't know how to access, and her postcard. All right. We've got the Sudoku in the newspaper, which seems to possibly be related to this thing, which it's not all that clear what this is from. The game is not very clear about how you get who gave you that. Then we've got Bianca was caught with this and some codes. Then we've got this. We don't know what to make of this. I mean, it's the address of her Inglewood. I think we know where. Did we write down where that was? I thought we did, but maybe we didn't. We've been given it a bunch of times, so it does seem like maybe we should write down where it is. Oh yeah, we do know. It's over here. There's our Inglewood. We know because she was going and having affairs with Donnie. We've got her email here, which really seems like we should be able to email her. So I'm a little bit confused about that. Perhaps I should have tried emailing from my real address instead of this one that I just used for the channel in case something is going on. In fact, maybe it went to spam or something. Let me just see something. Nothing in spam. Strange. Okay. So we've got her two blogs, the code. The blog we know goes with the postcard. We could use this list of people to try to find alibis. I guess the easiest one, the most straightforward thing that I think bears restudying is her description of this list. Because she seems to give some alibis out. Let me just see what she says. She's having the party. He left at around 6:16, 6:15. And he wasn't feeling well. So his time of death is at 6:55. So 40 minutes before he's dead, he leaves the party, according to her. And then she says, I took your advice about making alibis. People came and went all day. After 6:30, snacks were served. There are only 8 people left. They stayed and did not leave until the fireworks. So 8 people who stayed. Can you write the names down? Of course. So she says 8 people stayed, and here are their names. Let's just take a look at this. Mary Myers. What is this? Mary Myers, Abby Adkins pretty much never left. And then these are the people by my side. People came and went. I can tell you after the snacks there are 8 people. They stayed and did not leave. Okay, what is this? Mary Myers, Abby Adkins pretty much never left. Abby Adkins stays with her. I thought she said Addie Adkins stayed over. Yeah, Abby says she stayed over. So that rules out Abby. And then, assuming this does say my side, are these the 8 people? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Abby, Cindy, and Molly spent the night. So these people all have rock solid alibis, I guess. And then these people stayed until fireworks, so I'm guessing these all have alibis. So if the end of this case just tells us to exclude one person, it could be the answer is Abby. And that could be the way we solve this whole episode. Even not having solved the rest of it. Does Abby confirm she never left? I mean, is Abby a candidate for us eliminating the one suspect? The rest of them left early, so the rest of them are candidates. After 6, he wasn't feeling well, so he left. The rest of them stayed. So it's a weird situation where we don't know what the list of people we can eliminate are. We're told to eliminate 1. We're certainly not done with this episode, but it is weird that the one person to eliminate could be Abby. Abby is not a suspect. How do we know Abby's not a suspect? Was she already eliminated? You're just saying, according to the cops, she's never been a suspect? All right, so these people we could eliminate if they're suspects, but none of them are, we don't think. Police suspects, Bianca, Rivera, JJ, Tony. All right, well, we can't eliminate any of them with Annie's list. All right, assuming that's not useful to us from now. We've got our foldable thing, which we think was given to us here. Abby dropped off a printout of Al's calendar. She gave me this stationery. I believe it's what it's saying. This stationery. She stated it was important regarding the case that Annie had given her. Okay, so this is from Annie. I wonder if this isn't to go with this. I wonder if these don't need to be combined. Because she said it's my favorite spot. I wonder if this has to do with spot. Jonathan says what I was thinking, that I thought anyone we had a picture of could be a potential suspect. Well, either way, we know we're not ready to solve it. All right, so let's think through this. This is interesting. We've got a real puzzle here. These could be combined. The postcard, the statement about Disney is my favorite spot. Could be related. And then it sure looks like the Sudoku is reminding us. Okay, so how do you make, what is Sudoku? Sudoku. It's embarrassing. I don't know how to pronounce it. There's an interesting YouTube channel of a guy who solves Sudoku online. What is it called? It's like the Cryptic something. Does anyone know this YouTube channel? It's got like 1 million followers, and he's got some very cool videos. He just sits there and solves it. He's got some software that helps him solve it. And he'll sit there for an hour, and his videos are like the craziest Sudoku ever. And he plays these cases, he talks out loud as he does it, that don't look like they should be solvable. And he's quite, like, he gushes over the design of these. It's really quite a cool channel, and a demonstration that, you know, here's a channel you never would have imagined anyone would watch, and yet it's got 1 million subscribers or something. It's pretty, it's called can anyone tell me what that channel's called? It's called like something Cryptic something or something something. It's just one guy sitting at his computer, and it's quite cool. I've watched a bunch of his videos. They're long, relaxing videos that you could just watch and hang out while he solves it. It's pretty nice. Okay, so we could search on the internet for what are these letter-based Sudoku, but you would guess that the idea of Sudoku is none of the letters can ever repeat, right? So in a row, in a column or a row, or within a box, they don't repeat. So there can't be another A in here. or a P or an S. Now the question is, normally in Sudoku, they're the same letters in each set, in each thing, 1 through 9. So I think if that matches, you'd have to say, okay, so here you go. Here's how you solve it, right? If these are all the same letters, which I believe, this has to be an H. So although, no, not necessarily. Okay, because some grids have all but 3 blanked out, some have all but 2. So this has all but 2 blocked out. So this doesn't have an I or an H. So this could be an I or an H. I wish I had scanned this. This could be an I or an H. This one only has 1 blocked out. If this was an H, this can't be an H because there's an H here. So I really need to scan this. So I'm going to go to the top view and quickly scan this. I apologize. You guys can stare at this. All right, so we can solve that. No one has come up with the name of that YouTube channel yet. The weird thing about, I thought though the idea would be we'd get the idea of this that would be useful here, but it's not clear how we would make sense of that. Although I see that if what we're being told is that the same numbers are in the pink as in the blue, same cells that are in the pink are in the blue, and then if we fold this in a way that gives us a grid, then we might be able to fill out all these things. I think that makes sense. So I don't think we're going to need the solution to this. But Tina has a brilliant idea. Okay, so let's spend a moment to appreciate what we've got here. We've got a Sudoku that I don't think solving this helps us, but it's teaching us this idea of Sudoku as an optimization constraint satisfaction where rows, columns, and mini grids can't have the same letters, contents. Now it's saying, look at this, and we're going to generate the same thing. But before we can do those constraints, we have to assemble this into something like a grid, after which we can do our constraints about nothing can repeat. So the question is, how do we fold this to reassemble it? And Tina has given us the brilliant idea. Reconstruct the fireworks. That's a very clever idea, because I was thinking, how do we decide how to fold it? I was just thinking spatially make an arrangement. But you know what? I see there's some writing here also. But Tina is saying, arrange it so that I think it's possible that you're supposed to see through it, because this one you can see through. But I also noticed some weird writing. There's something going on. Let me give you a close-up here. Can you see there's something here? And here? What is that? That's not ultraviolet, is it? It might be visible with ultraviolet. Or it's just in the... That's a little strange. I can't tell if it's the watermark of the stationery or not, but I believe that this wants to be folded. I believe it wants to be folded where you can see through it. In other words, that these... no, I'm not sure now. All right, how would we... fold this so that these... I mean, if we fold it in half... That's not right. They kind... no, that's not quite right. Not quite. What if we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 8, 64. It's a different size than normal Sudoku. One side should be the firework, the other side should be something, should be the other thing. I mean, we could cut it. Well, now I'm having my doubts about reconstructing the fireworks because it looks like that firework is continuing, like that line is continuing here. But on the other hand, this line isn't. This looks like it might go to there. Hmm. Looks like an origami fold. That's an interesting idea. Okay, let's think about it then. If it's an origami fold. Origami fold. Just something like this. Like this. I like the idea of it being a double-sided square with the fireworks on one half. So this is not quite it. How do we get it? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut it. We may need to print out another version, but let's just see if we can rearrange the fireworks and make sense of it. I mean, this looks like a complete pattern. So what would be the other part of this? Like, is there any way for this to... I don't even see how this could complete. So I think maybe this idea of the fireworks completing, as nice as it was, does not make sense. Unless it's backwards, but even still, I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way to make it so the fireworks complete. But there's plenty of ways to make these go together. I don't think it does overlap. I think, does the check work? All right, yes, I see the check. All right, what does the chat say? Just search for it on the net, Jesse. Manifolds are a type of origami puzzle according to Google. Okay, let me reprint this out and then I'll go check. All right. So the chat says, check online. Origami manifold is a real thing. Let's cut out a new one. All right. Now the chat says, check for origami manifold. Origami manifold is iOS LiDAR. No. All right. How about if we search for images? Doesn't really help me, to be honest. I have a very good friend, Zachary Brown. There are 39 solutions to a manifold, but you can see them on YouTube. Search for our shape. It's number 9. What the heck? Okay. So we go to YouTube. Search for origami shape 7. Origami manifold, huh? And not shap, but shape. Origami number 7. No, that's how to make a number 7. No. Okay, who's got a better idea what to search for? YouTube manifold solutions, okay. Go right to YouTube. Okay. All right. I can feel it. This is when you feel that you're on 2 a.m. and you're starting to get frustrated by stuff. Oh boy. This is just not fun. Okay, well that sure looks like ours. Oriented this way. Like this. Where we have black grids, white grids, black grids, white grids, black grids, white grids, and then background space. Okay. Let me just bookmark this. All right. So I can't hear this, but maybe I don't need to. Stop. Here like this. Okay. Back over. Turn it back over. Move it this way. Okay, I guess that's it. Okay, stop. Okay, that was, so, it was close to what we had in mind, except instead of having one side be the fireworks reassembled, the fireworks never reassemble, but it's the blue and red on different sides. All right. Now we can solve it. All right. So what are we looking at here? This can't be Sudoku because we've got two A's. Is there any other way to do this? No, those have got to be near each other. So then now that we've done this, what is this? 1936 AA with the circle 2 here. Okay. Channel says there's a 1 side and a 2 side. Okay, I like that idea. But then, how do we make sense out of this? (1936 AA) and 76. I thought it was going to be some kind of Sudoku, but it's clearly not. So what is it? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that our 9 from this? Surely not. Because we've got numbers here. What are our letters here? S, N, E, B, C, I, H, P. I don't see how that helps us, but I guess you could ask what that is. I see my light is on. We need a password for the blog, right? It looks like a password. You think this is the password for one? We need another password for the blog. Could it just be the code for the blog post? Put it together with a password for the blog. 1936 AA. So you think the password is 761936 AA. That's what Antina is suggesting. I find that unpleasant. If that is the answer, I find that a very unpleasant idea. It's not going to be the postcard puzzle. DIS. I mean, I'm willing to try it, but I'm not going to be happy. All right, well, I'm willing to try it under that logic that this is part 1, 7-6, and part 2 is 1936 AA. I suppose we can try it. It won't hurt to try it, except for the little bit of every time you try something and it's wrong, there's a little bit of anger, just a tiny bit. Just goes up a little bit. Then you try 3 different things or try the same password with different cases or spaces. Each time has a little bit of anger till the end, and you start breaking things in your house. That's how my life goes, but let's try a little bit. So going to our website, you need case file 2018. Okay, so we're on case file 2018. Before we wanted passwords from the case. Now we're just going to try this. Oh boy, okay. We're going to try 76 1936 AA. Enter. Well, that was it. All right. That was it. I'm just not going to comment on it. You guys figured it out. You did good. You saved me from being too frustrated. This page is laid out a little weird. Let's see what it says. I don't know why this woman won't just tell us what she wants to tell us. Why is she doing this like us? The password, the blog post had a flag, so it was red, white, and blue. Let's see. You're right, it does have a flag. But there's no flag here. These are just stars, explosions. I don't know. I don't like it. What can I tell you? She could be our killer. She absolutely could be our killer. I'm still in shock as I write this to you. I had a sick feeling this would happen again and it would be someone close to me. I was so worried about all my friends that I even planned a party for the 4th of July to make sure everyone I loved and even some people that I wanted to keep an eye on stayed close to me. You know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I was worried about my best friend Abby, so I made sure she didn't leave my side all night. She was super sad and missing her sister. Never thought someone would target her husband, whom she loved so much. Al was a good guy who struggled with his career and hated being the guy that defended mostly bad people. People who were almost always guilty. He was trying to save to start his own firm and took cases on the side. However, on a public defender's income, it was tough to get a new business going. His blind sister, Amber, and he were very close to his parents. were very close. His parents, his parents were great parents. He ultimately had a very great family life. Nothing suggests to me that he would be the target for a killer. It has to be something to do with his cases, or this is all just completely random. Al was drugged before 6 p.m., and he was at the party from 2 p.m. until just after 6 p.m. My dad said the killer was more than likely at my party because he would have to have had the opportunity to drug Al before 6 p.m. I've told detectives that I was not sure exactly who had come and didn't come. Okay, and then the page layout is a little messed up. Let's see if we can fix it by going to the desktop site. Not really. All right, we'll just have to assume that she formatted her web page bad, so this was part by design. Let's see, maybe if we go horizontally. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I was not completely honest with the detectives. I'm afraid I can't trust anyone except you. If my dad is correct and the person who's killing everyone was actually at my party, then I can't even trust the police department. People on my invite list included people from the police department and even the judge. I have to be very careful who I share my information with, so here is my list of people I invited and who actually showed up. I don't know exactly what time everyone left, as I was too busy helping with an alibi. Too busy, so helping with an alibi will be hard for me. Okay, here's her pool party guest list. Okay, here we go. What does she say in the top right corner? I checked next to the guests that I know showed up. Okay, so the checked people showed up. Has to be someone who came to the party, we think, because he was drugged at the party. That's the theory here. Let's see if I can print this out. Oh, it's 2 pages. Okay, let's try it. Guess who showed up without invites? Tony Tyson showed up. Don't remember him. Don't remember him being long. I think he came with the Greens or maybe Riggs. Not really sure. I'm pretty sure that once he saw that the Browns were there, he was uncomfortable and left, and I have no idea the exact times. Okay, well, I think we know a little bit of those details. And then Kelly King, my neighbor, decided to join. Kit King and the King kids, 4 of them, they were crazy kids. Holly brought a date. I can't remember his name. He sounds like our killer. Dad brought a friend from the LPD. Her name was Amanda Arnold. Amanda Arnold is the name that signs our medical examiner reports, I believe. Okay, and we've printed those notes out. Okay, so this list includes some more people that came to the party. But it doesn't say anything about their time, so it doesn't give them alibis, but she gave us this list. So that list doesn't seem to help us to eliminate anyone. It just helps us in the future part of the case. We did save Annie in a previous case. We did clear Annie. So now we have the postcard to solve. Yes, we still need the postcard unless it uses, no, it doesn't use the same password because it says wait till you get your thing. All right, so let's go back to that one. Oops. Forward. Okay, let's go back to this one. When you get the postcard, check out this post. Okay, and there's the postcard. We're sure it's nothing that's changed on the postcard. Anna says she invited JJ, but he didn't show. Does that mean he couldn't drug Al, so he's ruled out as the killer? I think that's right. I mean, if it's hard to know if we're supposed to take for granted that she's right about him being drugged, especially with the coffee, makes us a little bit in doubt. But she says he had to have been drugged before 6, so that means it had to be someone at the party. I think that's a pretty safe estimate. So yes, but I think maybe we're going to have to wait on that. So if we try to think what logically could help us identify the password. I found your address in my dad's file. Disney is my favorite spot to visit when we can. So why is she saying Disney? How does that help us know her password? We also have the brochure with number codes. Yes, this is Bianca's number codes. We do have to figure this out. So, all right, let's work on this one a little bit then. And Tina says, I think it has to do with Donald Duck. Okay, that's not a bad idea. All right, so let's look at this. If we look at the ones here, this almost feels like 4-letter words and then a 4-letter word with plain text after. So if this was R-E-S-T, that becomes restricted. So I wonder, but that doesn't make the 9 and the 9 the same letter. R-E-S-T, that doesn't work. Is there any other word other than restricted that would have 4 letters where the first and the 4th letter is the same? Is this a book code Let's look at this for a second. First digit goes anywhere from 2 to 21. That's problematic. That's not going to be a page number. We are in a brochure, so it would be very logical for this to be a book code. But that doesn't work. Okay, well, these are in the range of alphabet. So how about ninth letter, third letter, fourth letter, ninth letter? What does that give us? Does that give us our code? D, C, D, I. That doesn't work. D, C, D, I. Okay. Jonathan asks, anything in the code? I mean, Anna is doing what sounds more fun, trying to understand the key parts of the mystery. I just feel like we've got to figure this out first. Not really. Very interesting that we've got some specific plain text here. But could these be... Think of this last four words. If it's something ending Y, I, and then this seems like it would have to be restricted. But it can't be, because those would be the same letters. I was looking for a web page that would find words. Abstricted, districted, restricted. None of those have the same letter first and fourth, so it can't be that. Do we need to go on the MAD website? It can't possibly be that we have to go on the MAD website, because there's no way. This is a real organization. I mean, let's go to it to see. madd.org. It's going to be a real website. And they don't have control over this website. This is a real website. It's a real organization. So they wouldn't be able to assume that that page wouldn't change. There's a specific link to the donate now, but again, that's just a real donate page. So there's no way for them to know that that site would not change. So can't be that. So it can't be that. What is it then? There's a 32 in the sequence, so it can't be alphabet substitution by number. Okay, good call. I missed that 32. The second digits only go to 4. The second digits are 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. That really seems like a book cipher. What about the third digit? Third digits are mostly 1s and only goes up to 4. First digit goes 1 to 32, second digit 1 to 4, third digit 1 to 4, fourth digit 1 to 30, 1 to 24 or so. That's very interesting. Let me... What if the fourth digit is a letter? What's letter 9? I. No. If this last word, remember this was on Bianca, found in Bianca's house. If this last word is restricted, then these first letters are R-E-S-T. R in at-bash is a 9, but we don't think R-E-S-T. That doesn't work for the 32. Columns. Do we have 4 columns anywhere? Do we have 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have 5 pages. Sure seems like a book code to me. All right, someone wants me to check. Let's see. There's an image of an actual report above the number sequence. Maybe we need to download the actual report and use the book cipher. That is a very good idea. That is a very good idea. Download the 2018 report to the nation, and then this is going to be a book code from that. So we could see it looked like a book code. Looking through the pamphlet for, do these numbers refer to a book code? We saw this, didn't make much sense of it. Jonathan is saying, okay, if you're convinced it's a book code, this looks like a candidate good book that wouldn't change over time. I love it. I think that's going to be it. That's very good. So we want the MADD 2018 report to the nation PDF. Okay, and there it is. Let's see if we can get it in PDF format. That didn't help. Page 32. All right, let's see if we can visit it online. Skip. Okay, there's pages. All right, this is kind of a pain in the ass. I'd rather be able to do it. I'd rather be able to do it with a PDF. Surely it's more convenient than this. There it is. How about here? Will you let me download this PDF? Download the full flipbook. There we go. Okay. Oh, I don't think this is out there. This makes sense to me. Okay, 8th page. If we look at, if we look at here, if this is a book code, we're looking for 8th page, first line, something like that. So there's page 8. In fact, let's start down here. Let's start with this restricted, because this is how I think we're gonna, I don't think it's gonna be restricted. I think these are maybe doubles, or is there one word? Is there one? Well, let's try. Let's go to page 9. Okay, so page 9 and then 3. Would that be paragraph 3? Line 4, character 9? Or would it be, let's try it. We're on page 9. Let's try to go to paragraph. They only go up to 5 though. All right, well. What would we consider paragraph 3? The administrative license? 4, and then 9. So if we go, if we count this gray box as a paragraph, which I don't know. Are we supposed to? Paragraph 3 would be the administrative license revocation. And then 4, fourth line, starting bystanders, and then the 9th letter of bystanders. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 would be R. That's not right. That's not right. This has got to be the solution. It's got to be the solution, but I don't think we're looking for a 4-letter word here. We could look for any word. This is just going to be a letter. I think we're going to look at one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 letters, but maybe going down. I think they have to be letters, and each entry. Can you put it back on the screen? Yeah. We should be looking for a T or the word, yeah, no, or a word, or the word rest. What about the word rest? We're never going to get 32 paragraphs, but we do have 32 pages. This is definitely it. I think that these are words because I think this is going to be a word rest. So I think what we're looking for is the word rest on the 9th page. Let me just, if I search for rest, will I find it on this page? There it is. Okay. There's rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line. That's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line. It could be the 3rd paragraph, though. But what is our 4? Does it matter how this is formatted? Critical law. Critical law. Just trying to make sure it's not flowing it. Should we try something simpler? Let's try page 8. Page 8, the first entry here is 8122. So page 8, paragraph 1, second word, second letter would be O. Second, 8th page, first paragraph, second word, second letter. But why are the second digits only going to 5 if they're identifying? How about 8th page, first paragraph, second line, second word is on. Okay, let's try the next. This is a little easier. We'll start here. 5th page. Is this really the 5th page? Why can I not? Really, guys? Boy, this is ridiculous. Okay, come on, guys. This is not fun. Fifth page, second paragraph, first line, 10th word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1. On 1. Page, paragraph, sentence, word. Yes, I believe that's right. Next page is page 4. We've got paragraph 4, line 4, word 1. Paragraph 4, line 4. Page 4, paragraph 4, line 1, 18th word. Not line, but sentence. Okay. That's a pretty good idea. Okay, so 4, 4, 118, 4, 4, 118. So 18th word of this sentence. Mad joins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 is over. And then 5 was 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. On 1 over, then we've got 32, which we now have to see if we can't get it to go to page 32. Please don't make me do this the whole way. Boy, that's annoying. First paragraph, first sentence, fourth word. 1, 2, 3, 4, decade. On 1 over decade, okay, let's do it by columns here. On 1 over decade. These are probably alternating back and forth. So let's do the others. 2126. And Anna found the restricted, which makes sense about why When you can't find a word, you find a partial word and then write the rest in plain text. That's classic book code exception handling. Let's do this. 21.126. So 21st page, first sentence. 21st page, first paragraph, second sentence, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Killed. Three, 1. Oh, no, I gotta go back to page 3. Really? There's no better way to do it? Really? There's no better way? Oh, fuck you. Okay, guys. Okay. Okay. You just want to make it as painful as possible. All right. Page 3. We're not going to do this whole thing. We're just going to go to the hints. As soon as we get this exactly right. First 2 words not right. You use the line, not the sentence. Okay. So let's do the first one. Let's get the first entries right. And then we'll go and look up the answer so we don't have to do this. Page 8, first paragraph, second sentence would be the 5 ratings category. So the second word of that is 5. So 5 killed. 8th page, first paragraph, second sentence. The 5 rating categories. 5 killed. Okay, let's go now to end this nightmare by going to the hints for the brochure. Mad brochure. Says someone typed something on the back that does not look like it belongs there. Figuring the type of cipher may not be the challenge here. Figuring out what document to use will be tougher. Okay. Look through your cipher notebook for a cipher that has only numbers. Is the book cipher in here? Book cipher. Yes, there is a book cipher. Okay. We already figured it out. I was just curious. This is a traditional book cipher that is written using page, paragraph, sentence, then word. You can't use the brochure to decode. You'll have to take your investigation online. Okay. If you don't find the brochure, click here to bypass. Okay, so then we want the brochure. Let's see what it says. 5 killed, 1 remains. Over a decade has passed. When the last one is dead, I can rest. Code is written in order. Page, paragraph, sentence, then word. Okay. All right, well, that's what we figured out, but it was pretty painful. 5 dead, 1 remains. Over a decade has passed. When the last one is dead, I can restricted. When the last one is dead, I can restricted. It sounds like rest, but actually they're saying I can something when the last one is dead. All right. Well, that's that. That was a little painful. I mean, it was fun figuring out what the code was. And Jonathan had we figured it out that it was a book code. We figured it out, the basic idea. I figured out that this is going to be a word, rest, that the book code was going to direct us to. Why did we not find rest on that page? On the 9th page, when I searched for rest, why did I not find it? Can someone answer that for me? Hold on, before we move along. When I decided this was a book code on page 9, I searched for rest. You ignore. I did find it, you just didn't look at the chat. Yeah, I saw that you said you found it, but I just assumed you meant on another page because there was no standalone page rest here. Jonathan is saying, you ignore the restricted part. I don't understand why. Why when you were writing your book code would you write these words RICTED? That doesn't make sense. This has pointed you to the word restricted. Why do you need this here? It's not like these are all 4-letter words. These are all words of arbitrary length. So this points you to the word restricted. This 9349 points you to restricted. Why on earth do you need to write plain text restricted? The only time you should be writing plain text is when you can't find a word. It's telling you to ignore the restricted part of the word. Okay. It's telling you to ignore that part of the word. That's it. So, all right, well done. Did Anna already figure that out, or did Jonathan figure that out? Both of you figured it out? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So this ly the plain text is still being used as an exception, but now I see it's telling you what to remove. So the message is, when one is dead, I can rest. Okay, Anna figured it out. I just missed it. Okay. All right, well, that's why Anna's the lead detective. All right, hotshot. Now decode the postcard. First, we have to take a break, though. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's 4:05 a.m. here in Champaign. This episode's putting me a little bit on tilt. That code was fun for a while. Figuring out it was a book code was fun. Jonathan figuring out what book it was in was fun. Then it started to get a little frustrating having to go through that book. But it was cool how we figured out what the plain text was the exception for. That's a fun idea, that you've got a code which you occasionally need a way to have exceptions when you can't find a word, and that was fun. Now we're back at the postcard puzzle. So I found your address in my dad's file. Disney is my favorite spot to visit when we can. All right. So we tried a bunch of things, but we're going to try again. Disney World is here. Favorite spot. So we're going to try a couple of options. We tried Disney, Disney World. Now we're going to try, I tried Donald Duck. I'll try a couple different versions of it, I guess. But I'm also going to try Orlando, which I'm not sure that I tried before. So let's switch over to the website and Annie's blog. Oh, I forgot to email her again, too. All right, let's see. So we did that one. When you get my postcard, check out this post. I keep thinking it was that it could be a change in the postcard, too. But then why would she say Disney? All right, anyway, let's try it. So I'm going to try, and here we go. I got to deal with these goddamn things. Oh my God, just stop, guys. Is there a way to make that just stop? How do I tell it never bother me again? Go away, please. All right, so we're going to try Donald, all one word with capital D. Okay, Donald, all one word with a capital D worked. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like it. That is exactly what it should not be. Let's just see. Is it gonna, do we ever get asked it again? No. I'd like to see if Donald with a lowercase d worked. Okay. I mean, we tried Donald Duck. That's what's frustrating. Like, we looked at it, Disney World, I said, okay, Donald Duck. Tried Donald Duck in 3 different forms. Didn't work. Moved along. But Donald does work. That's exactly what you don't want for a puzzle. All right, doesn't matter. We're on the home stretch. I've been watching all of the people involved as closely as possible. Did I show it to you when I did it? I can't remember now if I did or if I turned away. We tried Donald Duck, but we didn't try Donald's first name. I've been watching all the people involved as closely as possible. I found this on a local site while doing some digging. I'm not sure it means anything, but thought you should take a look. Here we go. This is about our death. Oh, it's Heather. Here we go. By Heather Hitchcock. Last summer, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, released its initial findings on U.S. traffic deaths during 2015, announcing that 10,265 people were killed in drunk driving crashes that year. Now, NHTSA's latest fact sheet provides a more complete picture of alcohol-impaired traffic fatalities in 2015, the most recent year for which data is available. Who's most at risk? All of this is not important to us. It's just the last picture we care about, but I guess we're going to read it anyway. NHTSA's data looked at fatal car crashes involving a driver with a blood alcohol content of 0.08 or higher. Of the 10,265 people killed in alcohol-related crashes, more than three-quarters were either the impaired driver, 63%, or a passenger in the impaired driver's vehicle, 15%. I'm just reading this as quickly as possible since it's not important. Pedestrians, bicyclists, and other non-occupants accounted for 933 deaths, 9%, and of the 181 children killed in drunk driving crashes, just over half were traveling with an impaired driver. Age and gender of impaired drivers. Over 70% of alcohol-impaired drivers involved in traffic fatalities were under the age of 35, and 16% were 16 to 20 years old. However, NHTSA noted that these percentages have decreased over the past decade, while fatal crashes with impaired drivers over the age of 55 have ticked up slightly. Furthermore, the 2015 data shows that there are 4 male alcohol-impaired drivers involved for every female alcohol-impaired driver involved. 7,595 versus 1,761. Nights and weekends still most dangerous. According to NHTSA, the rate of alcohol impairment among drivers involved in fatal crashes in 2015 was 3.5 times higher at night than during the day, 32% versus 9%. In addition, nearly twice as many alcohol-related traffic fatalities occurred during weekends, 6 p.m. Friday to 6 a.m. Monday, compared to weekdays. Driving record, an indicator of issues. Legally intoxicated drivers involved in a fatal crash often have a record of traffic incidents. The data shows drivers with blood alcohol content of 0.08 grams per deciliter or higher involved in traffic crashes were 4.5 times more likely to have prior convictions for driving while impaired, DWI, than were drivers with no alcohol, 9% and 2% respectively. In addition, of this group, 18% had a previous crash, 24% had prior speeding conviction, and 26% had previously had their license revoked or suspended. The data looked back 5 years. Blood alcohol content readings. The fact sheet notes that the most frequent blood alcohol content readings for drivers involved in fatal crash range between 0.14 and 0.18, and nearly 6,900 alcohol traffic fatalities involved a driver with a blood alcohol content of 0.15 or higher. In addition, NHTSA also notes that there were 1,833 drivers with a blood alcohol content between 0.01 and 0.07 who were involved in a fatal crash. In loving memory of my daughter. That's what we care about. Who wants to bet this little daughter's name is Hope? Hope Hitchcock. Yeah, there we go. There's our girl that's being killed for revenge. Download image. Okay. So, where are we? I mean, why? I found this on a local site. The future, exhale the path. Breathe in the future, exhale the path. All right, so Annie has found, and Tina called this back in box 2. Yes, well, we all, when we saw the note that said Hope mentioned twice, we were very suspicious of the girl being killed called Hope, but Tina was right on the top of it, saying it was an H, so it might have been Hitchcock. So I think we've known it all along. Now, it would be nice to know why Heather Hitchcock has something out for Bianca, because Bianca's being framed then, right? If this theory is true, then that it's Heather, then why does Bianca have the brochure saying 5 dead, 1 remains, over a decade has passed? So what we've got is we've got Bianca and Heather, and I think some combination of the two of them are involved. Now, that's where it gets interesting, because Bianca loved a guy named Steve who's dead. I think it's going to turn out, as I was hypothesizing at the beginning of this episode, that this little girl was killed along with Steve. But then we still have motives for Hope and Bianca. They could be working together. Anna says Heather was giving out the brochures. So you think Heather is framing Bianca, and that's a very, very reasonable possibility. But now you're saying something that let's reread that part about whether it was Heather giving out the brochures. I do think that's right. But isn't Bianca working with Mad too? I'm trying to remember. My question for you is about this comment here. Heather maybe wants revenge on her because of the affair. Okay, can I get some clarification? Heather is the mad woman, yes. So I have here's the clarification. Well, a lot of them are involved in mad in some way. But do we know that we know Bianca loved Steve? Do we know that Steve was Heather's husband? You've suggested that Bianca might be having an affair with Steve, who's Heather could be jealous of. We know that Bianca loved and was seeing and sleeping with Steve, but I don't remember that we learned Steve was Heather's husband. Is that true? Or are you just hypothesizing that concept? Because Heather hasn't told us anything about her personal life as I remember it. That's very important. Heather is the person handing out the brochures. So yes, Heather very well could have written this, but she seems to be trying to frame Bianca. But I need clarification that we've ever seen any connection between Steve and Heather. I think your theory is good, though. I think your theory that yes, I think okay, that's fine. So this is completely reasonable. I think this makes a lot of sense. That is consistent with my idea that two people were killed in the crash, one being Steve and one being Hope. I think that makes complete sense. And so you've connected Steve and Hope, that Steve was Hope's father and Heather's husband. That makes a lot of sense to me. However, that would make Heather dislike Bianca. However, we don't know that Heather... yeah, Heather seems to be trying to get Bianca in trouble. So here's the only... we do know that Bianca loved Steve. That's not in dispute. It's just the relationship between Steve and Hope. So I only see one small problem. The only problem I see with this theory is, it's a minor problem. It's this. Why is she not doing in loving memory of my husband and daughter? Is there someone cut off in there? Not really. Like if the accident killed her husband and daughter and she still loved her husband, then shouldn't she be talking about her in loving memory of her husband and daughter? And if she didn't love her husband, then she wouldn't care so much about framing Bianca. Now, here's a question for you. Anna says, Steve needs to have a name with S, so my theory is wrong. Well, she could be back to her maiden name. That doesn't mean they weren't married. She just went back to her maiden name. So our theory is going to be here that this is Hope and that Heather is involved, is the killer. But now my question for you is, who's the last person who needs to die? Is it someone that we don't know is involved yet, or is it Bianca? And Tina reminds us the doctor kept her maiden name. Let me switch to auto here. The judge, yes, the judge is the last person. He has to die. He's clearly responsible for it. So, yeah, it is going to be the judge. You're right. Okay. It's the judge. Yeah, you're right. So Bianca's not scheduled for death. That makes sense. Any theories about why the doctor was not stabbed in the eye? I think it's going to turn out that the accident took out her eye. I still don't know why the doctor didn't get stabbed in the eye. John says, I still think Bianca may have had something to do with Henry, but I don't remember where I got that, so she could still be related to the failed 911 call. I do remember that Bianca and Henry were the ones going out, right? Bianca and Henry were the ones going out recently. When Henry was killed, he was proposing to Bianca. So that's not up for question. But there was a question about whether someone was cheating on someone. All right, well, we still have a main question. Who are we eliminating? Who has an alibi? I guess our alibi was John Johnson, right? He was the one who was not at the party, so he couldn't have drugged him. Maybe they got a divorce because of Bianca. That's certainly possible. It's all consistent. All of that is consistent for tying why Heather might be angry at Bianca. But I guess what's relevant for our case is that she's angry at Bianca. She's trying to frame her, but she's not going to kill her because Bianca doesn't get blamed for the crash. So it's not going to be some weird thing like they were in the car heading to Bianca's. She clearly doesn't blame Bianca for the crash. But I do think our decision is to eliminate John Johnson based on him not being at the party. What's this deal with being able to email Annie Amy? I don't understand why that didn't go anywhere. Yeah, she never replied unless it went into spam, which it doesn't seem to have gone into. Okay. Shall we check the hints about the email? All right, let's go do our okay, let's see. What order do we want to do it? Shall we go to the website and see what the hints look like? Let's do it. All right, let's try to email her again. I tried emailing her twice. I just didn't try it from my desktop. All right, let's see if there's a thing about it. And if there is, then we'll. So here we are on episode 4. Let's see, hints. Pool party invite, this was it. Did you try mailing Annie? She may have some more information for you. Yeah, I did. I did try emailing Annie, and she didn't have information for me. All right, tell you what. I'm going to spend a minute here. I'm going to email from my desktop and see if it sends a reply very quickly. I don't know why it should. But, well, actually, let me do this. Since you can't see this screen, I'm just going to go to my thing and see if I can switch to I sent her 2 emails. She never replied. But it is a little weird based on having different accounts here. I don't see any email from her, even in any of my Gmail accounts. So I don't know what that means. There's nothing in spam. There's nothing here. Annie Amy Allen at gmail.com. All right, let me quickly, can we, John says, can we look at the card to see the email? Okay, so here it is. All right, while I'm showing you that, I'm going to try to quickly send her an email from my desktop. All right. So I did get a reply from my desktop instantly. So I don't know why it didn't reply to my Gmail here. It's possible that I've created this account. I mean, we've used it before. But I've created an account that I could use just for this, but I don't know why it wasn't working. It didn't work here, but I did get a reply. Let me just try this one more time. Annie Amy Allen. So it knows it, Annie Amy Allen. Okay. And then for the subject this time when I emailed her, I said pool party. Pool party invite. What else do you know? Anyway, I've got the reply here. So it may... Yeah, she doesn't seem to be responding to this email. Let me see these emails from the other game. To me, co-op for 2 at Gmail. Yeah. Maybe this email stopped working. I don't really understand it. But it's not important. Because, well, it's important we double checked it because it would reply to this email. You guys could obviously email her yourself, but let's see the reply we got. She says, thanks for checking in. The pool party was great, but as you know, it did not accomplish what I had hoped it would. My best friend lost her husband. I'm so glad you emailed. I found the puzzle that I was given a few months after Al died. I was dining in the cafe, and one of the staff members handed it to me with my bill. I was never able to figure it out and thought I would pass it on to you. Hope you have better luck. Note from the waitress at the Wildflower Cafe. What? I found this puzzle. Was it attached to my email? Is that what she's talking about that I didn't print out? Hold on. There's nothing attached to my email. So is she talking about the manifold puzzle? But then I don't get it. I don't get it. Note from waitress. I don't get it. If she's talking about this, she's using it as her passwords. So how can she say she didn't get it? I don't understand. Yes, Bianca does work at the Wildflower Cafe, or Bianca owns the Wildflower Cafe, but I don't understand what she's saying. First of all, one of the staff members handed it to me. Let me check this one more time. Okay, so here's the solution. The solution is this. I have plain text email on my normal email client. So this is the plain text version of the email. She says, I got this puzzle. The person handed it to me. Hope you have better luck. And then it says, note from waitress. If you look at the email in HTML, the note from waitress is a clickable link. So basically, which sends us to this page, which actually cut off. So rather than, I gotta print it again. Well, this session is a little bit getting to me. Okay, all right. I'm a little bit on tilt with this session. But yes, so when you email her, if you have an HTML email, and she decides to reply to you, which she didn't to me until I emailed her from my desktop, she says that the waitress at the Wildflower Cafe, who could very well be Bianca, gave her a new puzzle that she couldn't solve. So this looks like an optional additional puzzle, but since it's from Bianca, we may want to figure it out. So we've got 3 exclamation points. And what have we got here? I wouldn't mind. Well, you can see that these are 1 for each column. This is a Y, so I'm guessing they're just scrambled in order. So I'm thinking like this is a Y, because that's the only place it can go. And then these are all here. So like, I mean, it's possible they're in order. SKEARM. And it reads this way. Would that make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's definitely each column goes in here, but I have a feeling you can change the order. But let's see what would happen if we don't. If we just keep it in order. I, J, B, S, H, and then V, N. Okay, so we know that can't be right because J, N is not going to be a word. So I think we can put these in any order. So that's tricky if that's true. But I believe we've got the M and the Y here because that's a 2-letter word. What about here? We've got a 2-letter word here. Do you think this is the right way of thinking about this? 2-letter word here. A 1-letter word here. This is going to be an A or an I, so this is going to be an A. So we can get rid of that A there. Any other 1-letter words? Don't see any. I see a bunch of 2-letter words though. A, what would be this 3-letter word that ends it? A. A man could be. Could be M-O-N. It could be D-A. 2-letter word. Could be an, or could be he. Could be B. B-I-N-C-A, no. B-I-A. Bianca. Is that going to be Bianca? Bianca. Bianca. If I had to guess, I would start it by saying Bianca. This is kind of fun. Two-letter word here. You've got I. Could be it. Maybe it's easier if we go across. Bianca, if this does say Bianca. Across here it would be what? And, A-N-D. Bianca and A-N-D. We don't have Heather though. H-E-A. What about Steve? S-T-E-V-E. Do we have Steve? S? No T though, so it can't be Steve. Bianca and what? If and D, that's how it starts. Bianca and... Oh, it's too bad it's not Steve. Bianca and... Could be Mandy, could be Dolly, those don't work. Mandy and... Maybe it doesn't say Mandy and... Might even not be Bianca. Maybe it's not Bianca if it was given to us by Bianca. Here's another two-letter word with only a few choices. What would this be? Can't be an E. Have to be W-E. We. Don't see what else it could be. W-E. Okay. What about another two-letter word? Can't be D. On. It could be on. Or it could be an. Or it could be another we. Too many choices. And we, too many choices. How about here? At. be it. Too many choices. Um, hmm. Once we started getting the flow of it, it might just flow out. Like once we understand the context, we might be able to find it quickly. That's why I think it does make sense to try starting at the top. If this isn't Bianca, what word could it be? 5-letter word. How about Henry? No, no H. Who are our people? Hmm. Staff members handed it to me. I never figured out. Has to start with one of these letters. S. Not Henry. Well, I apologize if you're feeling frustrated. I definitely get it at this point. However, I'd like to keep working on it rather than get the hints, because this is not a case of brute force. This is a case of trying to make sense of something. If this is Bianca, well, we don't, I think it's a pretty good chance that this is Bianca, although if it was handed it to us, no, let's imagine it was handed it to us by a waitress who works for Bianca. So instead of Bianca, who owns the cafe. So I think it is going to say Bianca. And I like that word. So if that says Bianca, then this might be something like, could be and, then this would be someone's name. Why am I having trouble finding someone's name in these 5 letters? There's no H. There's an A, but then we get stuck. So what if it's not and? What if it's Bianca? Three-letter word. Bianca L. Wet. Bianca Wet. But then you still want to try to find a name. What about a 2-letter word here? Could be B, could be at. Doesn't help us. There's so many possibilities. It definitely seems like starting from the top is the way to go. Bianca, and then we have someone's name here. Whose name fits there? It can't be Steve. Second letter has to be an R, an E. J. Wow, that second letter. Unless this is not and. Bianca wet. That's one option. Bianca. Either and or wet. Wow, channel chat is not helping. Letter, letter. This letter. WROTE. W. No. What did Bianca do? And Tina got it. Okay. God bless you, Nantina. Okay, let's see. It seems like, okay, and Tina says Judge Rivera. Bianca and Judge Rivera. J-U-D-G-E Rivera. Okay, so I was right. It was Bianca and. That makes me feel a little bit better. I just couldn't think of the other person that would fit, but that is brilliant. Okay, so let's cross off our letters. There's our A and D. There's our A-W. So then we've got G-U-D-G-E. Rivera. R-I-V-E-R. Okay, she's probably saying that these, well, I don't know. Now, I thought we thought Rivera was the next victim. So let's see what she's saying here. Bianca and Judge Rivera H-A-V-E probably have, I'm guessing, have or save, it could be. Bianca and Judge Rivera have four-letter word. Bianca and Judge Rivera could be feel, could be fear. No, yeah, could be fear. Have fear. and Judge Rivera. Been, B-E-E-N. What if it's have been? Have been. Okay, sounds like Anna was thinking the same thing as me. Have been. Then we get a four-letter word. What is that going to be? Have been. Four-letter words. Have been. Safe? No, there's no F. Have been seen. S-E-E-N. Have been seen. T-O-G-E-T-H-E-R. Is that going to be it? T-O-G-E-T-H. Okay, together. Okay, now it's starting to fall into place. It's going to get faster as we go. So let's get rid of our words. Have been. Seen. E-N together. T. Oops, it's not that T. T-O-G-E-T-H-E-R. Okay. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. Bianca and Judge Rivera have been seen together. Then we got a big long word. I-N-S-I-D-E. Could it be inside? No. Have been seen together. B-E. Inside, beside, B-E-S. No. Just crossing things off more clearly. Okay. Have been seen together. This is going to be something like inside, beside, behind. Seen together. Six-letter word. But not inside. Not outside. Around, A-R-O-U-N-D. A-R-O-U-N-D. Okay. Have been seen together around. A-R-O-U-N-D. That's surely it. Around town, is this going to be T-O-W-N. T-O-W-N. All right, it's going to go faster. Have been seen together around town. How about the T-H-E? That's a good guess. If I had to guess, I'd guess the is going to be the start of the next sentence, but it's a lot of choices there. You know, if it's the, what would be the next word? The. Four letters. Seen around town, and then we got four letters here. T-I. No. H-A. Seen around town. Exclamation point. The. How about cafe? No. The. T-A. T-E. The could also be. Could also be her. 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 The or her. Her. The. T. L. Jobs? No. idle. What about this two-letter word? At. Could be at. This could be no. The blank at. This is going to be at. The blank at. The. Surely this is going to be at. Or B, could be B too, but this is a noun. That would make sense that that would be at. The. How about only? Oh, no. I can't say this is actually fun. Chat says, it's ironic if the killer is planning all these puzzles to frame Bianca because no one in town solves a single one of them. I'm not going to take breaks. You guys can just consider this all a break. And you can go to sleep. I wouldn't blame you. The talk. How about talk? T-A-L-K. T-A-L-K. The talk of, then, could this be? No, this still has to be the talk at the talk at, I don't know if talk is right. It feels like it is right, but can't be she talk. The talk of, can't be of, there's no of. The talk is, how about the talk is? The talk is, how about that? T-H-E-Y. The talk is they, this is going to be R-A-R-E. The talk is they are what? Four-letter word. They are talk is they are four-letter word. I think this is going to be right, so I'm going to cross these off. T-A-L-K-I-S-T-H-E-Y. I hope I don't have to undo any of this. Not that A-R-E. Okay. The talk is they are what? Okay, Anna says, can we eliminate JJ so that they can go to, the rest of the audience can go to sleep? Okay, I'm happy to do that. Okay, so we want to eliminate. Okay, season 1. It wants our email again. In fact, it insists on it. Okay, who are we eliminating? We're eliminating John Johnson. And just to confirm, the other one that we eliminated, Abby, she's not a suspect, so she's not included. I'm going to give this rating a 3, even though that's being generous for me. All right, here we go. Eliminate. Congratulations. Congratulations, Detective. Because of your hard work and determination, John Johnson was eliminated as a suspect. Killer had to be at the party to drug Al. John not only told us he was not there, but Annie's list also confirmed he didn't go to the party. He could not have been the killer. Okay, so there you have it. Some real teamwork, but Jonathan again was coming through, and Anna helped a lot. There was real teamwork here with that book code. A lot of frustration, though, this episode with some of these puzzles. And especially that Donald Duck one, etc. All right, so case 5 may be on Tuesday if all the detectives can make it. If you want to talk about scheduling the 5th and final case, that'll be on the Game Q thread on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You'll find a link to that on the About tab of this YouTube page, the Board Game Geek Guild. We'll discuss and schedule the final episode. Tuesday would work for me. If we have to do it next weekend at Friday, that would be okay too. And now we're going to return to this puzzle. I'm not going to take a break, even though it's been an hour and a half, because I'm considering this all break. But thanks for joining me. I'll see you all who are leaving tomorrow, possibly at 3 p.m. for Blinded Birder case, which is in 11 hours. It's going to be tricky for me to get a full night's sleep in here. But, okay, so the lead detective is off on vacation now, and the rest of us, at least me, are going to sit and play with this. It's not going to be important. I'll go over this on when we play the last episode, so you're not going to be missing anything if you leave, and I completely forgive you for not sticking around for this, since it's hard to do remotely, but I am going to stick with it. We'll see how long it takes. I'll see you all next time. And now I'm going back down to the table to continue. Oh, I'm still on the screen. All right, let's see. The talk is they are four-letter words. It's gotta be simple. M-A... You would expect it to be something like the talk is they are to an item or something. They are together. They are... But it's only 4 letters. They are done? No, we don't have a D. They are... Can't be just... Can't be... Could it be more? M-O-R-E. That's going to be more. That's going to be more than... That's going to be a T-H-A-N. T-H-A-N. So M-O-R-E space T-H-A-N. Okay, we're getting there. More than, this is going to be just, for, it's going to be J-U-S-T. More than just, okay, we can cross out the J, the U, the S, the T, and then we can go back and make sure we've done these fully. M-O-R-E E T H A N. More than just. Now here we've got a long word. It's not friends. F-R-I-E-N-D-S. F-R-I-E-N-D-S. That's weird. Is that supposed to be like a... Oh, that's a period. That's a period. Friends. That's a period. Period. F-R-I-E-N. Okay, this is going to start going much quicker as we have less letters. But now we have a new word. Okay. A 3-letter word. Starting here. Could be H-E-S, he's, but wouldn't we expect to see a punctuation mark? How about wouldn't be and? The, probably. Probably the. T-H-E. Okay, here we go. This is going to be a constraint. The J-U-D-G-E. Could it be a judge again? J-U-D. Oh, no G. Is that right? Why do I have a G crossed out? This is where it gets scary. I think it's going to be judge. The J-U-D-G-E. J-U-D-G-E. Now, what did I cross out wrong here? R-E. I didn't cross out an E. L-N-G. Okay, and then, so I must have just crossed out the G, my mistake. Okay, the judge. Okay, the judge. S-E. So 5-letter word. S-A-V-E. Saves. The judge saves. S-A-V-E-S. That's one possibility. The judge saves. Probably a 2-letter word here. Saves me. Saves to. This is not going to be saves. How about S-E? S-E-T-S. Set. S-A-V-E-S or H-E-H-A-T. The judge hates to. How about that? Judge hates to. H-A-V-E. This could be have. This is really stretching it though. Have the. The judge hates to have the 5-letter word. 5-letter word. Hates to have the... I see a check here. Jesse, you don't have the right letters crossed out in the column starting with the T in the can't have 2T already. In the, not the, here, I've already got one T crossed out. Okay, so Jonathan says it can't be another the, but it could be his. H-I-S, H-I-S. Okay, good. The judge hates to have his C-O-U, no, it can't be court. Hates to have his... Okay, that was a good one. I haven't crossed out all of these, but I like this better now. Hates to have his H-A-V-E-T-O. I'm just crossing off the words that I'm using that I think now. Hates to have his... I think this next word is going to be seam. Wait. We should have only one letter here. What letter have I not crossed off? B, H, J. Wait, that's wrong. That's wrong. Can't be hates. The judge can't be hates. Ugh. No, I gotta uncross off stuff because there's 2 H's here. That can't be right. But if that's not right, the judge has to be an I or an S then. Oh, this is painful because the talk, oh, this is an I. I thought that was another A. Okay, 2 A's crossed off. Okay, so that's a third A. So this is definitely not hates. But have I crossed off any in here that I shouldn't have? This T is still available. S is still available. The judge has to be an S or an I. Sees, S-E-E-M-S, seems. The judge seems, is that what seems? Yeah, the judge seems, okay. S-E-E-M-S. Okay, that means there must be an I here. And cross that around. Seems to have his... I don't have much left. Seems to have his C-L-A clause. Could be clause. Seems to have his clause into I-N-T-O. Clause into E-V-E-R-Y-T-H, no. E-V-E-R-Y-W-O-N-E. Is that what this is going to be? E-V-E-R-Y-O-N-E. into everyone. The big long words are easier to do, huh? So that's an N, T, O. And we've got E, V, E, R, Y, O, N, E. Boy, we're getting close. That means this has to be an R. Cross that off. God help you if you make a mistake, though, because there's no backing out now. Seems to have his cause into everyone. Something 3-word than my. So we've got an H crossed off here. But we have an H, an O, and an A. Okay. Could be H-E-D for heed. Everyone. And I think this is going to be and. A-N-D. Everyone and. Then what is this word here? 3 letters. Something my. And not my. Seems to have his claws into everyone and not my. B-O. There's 2 S's checked off here, but there shouldn't be. U-S-C, U-S-C, and then there's a T. He seems to have his claws into everyone and not my boss. What is that? Is that right? How about but? No. Has to be and. Claws into everyone. Seems to have his claws into everyone and not my boss. Does that make sense? The judge seems to have his claws into everyone. But not my boss would make sense, but there can't be, there's no B there. Claws into everyone. A-G-H-T-O. A. Where's the A? No. G-T-O is all we've got. G-H-T-O. G-H-T-O, yeah. Has his claws into everyone. Now my boss. Love it. N-O. Nope, there's no W. It's a great idea, though. There's no N either. Oh, and now my boss. Yes, okay. And now my boss. Good, 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 good. A, N, D, and then we've got our N, our O, and our W. Love it. Now my boss. Okay. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, this is Jonathan helping me out here for the record. and Antina. Don't say I don't give you credit, Antina. And Antina. Okay, we're almost done here. And now my boss, B-O-S-S, B-O-S-S. I noticed boss before, I just couldn't make it work. Okay, now my boss. All right, how about here? We only got too much left. It says it could be we are. What else could it be? Surely it's we are. Well, it could be at, unless I get rid of this A. Let me see. No, I didn't get rid of the A. So it could be at, we are at, this is just E or A. We are we got a long word here, 7-letter word. We are or something, it's got to be a, it's got to be E, because otherwise it would have to be RT. Oh, I guess art could be art or R. Okay, probably we are, and then a 7-letter word. W-O-O-R-R-I-E-D. We are worried. Surely that's going to be worried. Too long a word for it not to be right. W-O-R-R-I-E-D. We are worried. We are worried. Who's we? We are worried. Okay, what have we got here? It's a T. We have no more T's. I believe we have no more S's. Let me see. Should have one S crossed off here. Okay. We are worried. C-A-U-S. What is this word going to be? 6-letter word. We are worried. S-H-E. I'm a little worried that I have not crossed off things that I should have. T-H-E. This is surely going to be T-H-E. I am worried, and this is going to be on the, I'm worried. That's a 6-letter word. That's got to be something easy. It's either C-H-E. D is crossed out. What's left here? There's only 2 letters left, but I don't have enough 2 letters, so I must have done something wrong. I've got 2 E's crossed off. A D is crossed off. An R is crossed off. A T is crossed off. And a V is crossed off. So why is there only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, there's another E. No? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's going on here? Oh, that's an apostrophe. And Tina said it in the channel, and I missed it. That's the second time I've almost got caught by a punctuation. That means this must be an M. Okay. Now, my boss. We are worried. Now, this is different. Now we got something apostrophe ES. Something apostrophe 2 letters. What the hell is an apostrophe 2 letters? Is it LL? Sheol? SHE. SHE. Now we are worried. Sheol. SHE apostrophe LL. She'll do. This is going to be do, not of. No, it can't be do. She'll what? She'll be. B-E. I'm going to fill in the rest of these. We. W-E. A-R-E. So there's our A. R-E. Now we're worried she'll be the T-H-E. I don't think there's much choice left. T-H-E. Next, is this going to be next victim? N-E-X-T. She'll be the next. N-E-X-T. This is going to be victim. V-I-C-T-I. V-I-C-T-I-M. She'll be the next victim. This is going to be and. A-N-D. 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 And we, is this going to be will, W-I-L-L, and we will, L, oops, that's not the right L. And we will, this is going to be the word be, we will be something, a something. And these letters should be done for us. O-U-T, out a job. J-O-B. Okay. Bianca and Judge Rivera have been seen together around town. The talk is they are more than just friends. The judge seems to have his claws into everyone, and now my boss. We are worried she'll be the next victim and will be out of a job. Okay, well, that was some good teamwork. I finally pulled my weight here. Easier to do with it in front of you. It was some real work. The weird thing is, narratively, what is it? What role does this clue play? The only role it plays is to tell us that Bianca is hooking up with the judge now. I think it's probably meant to cast some suspicion on Bianca. Is that how you read it? I read it as the game trying to trying to pique our interest in Bianca trying to nuzzle up to her next victim, making us think Bianca is the killer. That's how I read it. Like, it's not a significant clue. It's mainly just the game trying to make Bianca look suspicious since she's hooking up with someone else. What was said in the mail about the puzzle? Said, thanks for checking in. The pool party was great, but as you know, it didn't accomplish what I hoped it would. My best friend lost her husband. I'm so glad you emailed. I found this puzzle that I was given a few months after Al died. I was dining in the cafe and one of the staff members handed it to me with my bills. I was never able to figure it out and thought I would pass it on to you. Hope you have better luck. Note from waitress at the Wildflower Cafe, which is this one. So someone who works for Bianca. It reads to me like it's not planted by the killer. It reads to me like it's a worker really saying this. And he's a blogger, so maybe she has inside information. I mean, it could be planted by the killer, but I don't think necessarily. So, look, this is exactly the kind of puzzle that doesn't translate well to playing on YouTube. But in all fairness, I've been on tilt for this episode quite a bit, and I've complained about some of the puzzles. But in all fairness, this is the kind of constraint satisfaction puzzle that I do appreciate. It's basically tricky constraint satisfaction using English words and knowledge about the contextual information. What words are you likely to find? What is an attack that you should take? Should you go for the single letter words, two letter words, or do you start at the front to give you context? So in all fairness, I think after 5 hours, I was a little tired and a little, otherwise I might have enjoyed it more. But this is the kind of puzzle that actually works for me. It's sort of got lots of little interesting elements. It's got a bookkeeping element that tests your ability to keep good bookkeeping and punishes you if you don't. It's got multiple angles that you could attack it in and challenges you to find the efficient way to attack it. And then it's got some little subtle things like the dots that were barely noticeable punctuation and things benefiting from some knowledge of English, like what's an apostrophe with 2 letters, that kind of thing. So I actually like these kinds of puzzles. I much prefer them to busy work deciphering. John says, it's interesting. I feel the puzzles for Deadbolt and Sleuth Kings work better on streams than the puzzles we've seen in this game. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. All right, so we're basically done, but we could take a quick look and see if there's anything we've missed. All right, it wants the hints for this mission, the password, 2018 AA. Let's see if we've missed anything. Postcard. Donald is the password you'll need to unlock Annie's postcard. Don't like it. Click here for video solution for this puzzle. Once it's folded, you should be able to make the password access. That's exactly what you guys came up with. Picture frame. Between the picture and the frame is a letter. It's in Braille. You know this because sister is blind. The brochure, we figured that out. Elimination and why, we knew that. Wait, what was this about 60 to 90 minutes? 30 to 60 minutes before he died. That's right. Okay. Bloody note. We knew what that meant. Count the Skittles in the coaster by color. Put the numbers in the same order as the colors on the Justice bookmark. Yeah. Newspaper puzzle. Okay, so I don't think we even bothered to solve that. But look what there was a solution. Happiness is a nice beach. So how do you get... I see. You solve it and then you look at the color. So for some reason I was thinking that you weren't supposed to fill in the letters in the colored area, but now I see. So we had the right idea. We knew that it was going to be 9 letters in each grid to follow the rules of Sudoku. But this was not related to our game, just a little side puzzle, which this game likes doing and I'm not a fan of, but okay. And I guess that's it. There's a hint section, but I don't... Okay, it doesn't want to do this anymore. And then the in-between mailer, that's our Florida postcard. Okay, well, that was an interesting stream. I mean, this was a long one, almost 6 hours. You can't complain about the length that we're getting in each episode. Jonathan was saying about how they would work if you had a group. I think it's actually an interesting idea. Probably if you have a group playing puzzle games, you would be wise to say, let's set up a scanner and a printer, a copier basically, so that we can hand out copies to people. It's interesting to see with these games the calibration for length. Like, it's not just a matter of a Deadbolt Mystery Society game would have puzzles of a different type. It's that you couldn't do this puzzle in too much shorter time than I did it. I mean, maybe you could double the speed of it if you were very smart. But that would still make it too long a puzzle for Deadbolt Mystery Society, right? Like, you can see from what we've seen, this would be considered too long of a puzzle for that. But this game is clearly willing to make you spend more time on it. Anyway, I actually like this kind of puzzle. I wonder if there's a name for this kind of puzzle. A specific name for this thing. All right, we should wrap it up because I've got another stream at 3 p.m. in 10 hours. Thank you, Jonathan and Tina, for hanging out with me for this entire stream. All of our gadgets seem to be working pretty well today. There were some puzzles that threw us, but let's remember we'll have those to talk about after we finish the entire case. Jonathan, do you know, and Tina, do you know ahead of time if you could make a Tuesday night 11 p.m. stream? If the both of you can, then that's what I'll do. I'll schedule it now for Tuesday at 11 p.m. But we should assume it's going to take us another 6 hours. So if that's not convenient for you, we can do it on the weekend. I can always play something else during the week if I want to play. So if you'd rather play on Friday, we could do it on Friday. Let's see. Jonathan thinks Tuesday would work. And Tina, how about you? Don't let me pressure you. If you've invested it, we'll see, but you go ahead. Well, okay, I'd like a better answer than that. I mean, and Tina has been along with us from the start. So if you know Friday will work, but you don't think Tuesday will, then let's talk about it on the game queue. But let's talk about it soon, because I want to schedule it the next couple of days. But I am more than happy to wait for the hardcore people who have joined me for all 4 episodes, if you want to see what the finale is, I'm happy to put it off till Friday. All right, I'll see some of you in a few hours. The rest of you, I'll see you at the finale. I mean, this has been... We think we know what it is, but I'm curious what the last episode will be. I'm curious if there'll be any little twists. I think we know who did it. And I think we know Bianca's not guilty, but there's always a chance that she's involved in this somehow. I'm looking forward to hearing the final story of Steve. We have not heard about Steve's relationship. I am very curious about that. All right. I'll see you next time.